Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Hello, beautiful people of Sunday midday. Welcome to Sunday Papers Live. Make some noise. Yes, beautiful people. What an elegant, stunning chapel we're in. If you're in this side of the room, give me a woo. If you're in this side of the room, give me a yeah. If you're over here to my left, give me a hell yeah. And at the back, just hi. Hi. Looking very comfortable, which is what we like here at Sunday Papers. Thank you so much for joining us. We're delighted that you could be here. We've got an absolutely stellar lineup. First thing to say is, a round of applause for our wonderful house jazz band. They were smooth. They will be dripping into your ears like sweet liquid silk. Have you bought a roast? If you bought a roast, put your hand in the air. Oh yeah, there's some nice roast enthusiasts. If you've bought a roast, your roast journey begins upstairs. There is a bar upstairs. You go up there, you look hungry, you say, I need a roast. And then they will deliver you your food. If you haven't bought one, there are some available to buy, but there is a limited supply. So that's some of the food admin done. Very shortly, we're going to be going to the wonderful Danny Dorling in the culture section. But before that, as is Sunday Papers Live tradition, please give a very warm welcome to Sons and Sons for our crossword.
Woo! Oh, they're the best bit of the day.
Hello! Hello, Sunday Papers!
Oh, hello.
How are we doing? Woo, yes!
Oh, lukewarm at best.
Lukewarm, don't worry.
We'll get them hot.
Don't worry, we'll bring the energy for you. I'm Rob, he's Robbie. We are Son and Sons, and we are here to do the crosswords with you. On the back of your programme paper, you will see 3 crosswords, but there are no clues. How are they going to fill in the answers if they haven't got clues, Robbie?
What? I don't know. If only we had memorised a series of sketches and physical clues to give them.
That's
that would
right.
allow them to have the knowledge and the wherewithal and the know-how.
Know-how.
3 synonyms. That's
Absolutely.
what we need to fill out said crossword.
Yes, we are going to act out the crossword clues. You're going to write them down in the gaps. And when we've finished the last clue, we're going to say the word go. After, and only after we've said the word go, the first person to come and touch the stage with all the correct answers will go through to the grand finale. Ooh. Ooh. So there's going to be 2 heats, and then when we come back and do the grand finale, we'll have 2 people sat on the stage who will be the closest to potentially winning the grand finale prize. What's the prize?
What is the prize?
I hear you cry for this edition's crossword. We have got you. Ooh. Ooh. It's a tiny picnic table with an umbrella so you can feed wildlife in your garden. Ah, isn't that nice? I think the umbrella's really sweet because obviously we all know that birds and squirrels hate getting wet when they eat.
Yeah,
so
just because you're an animal doesn't mean you have to eat like one. Dine in style.
Nice.
Picnic table.
So yeah, that's the prize. And don't worry, we did get some trill. We've got some food for your feeder.
Definitely some seeds. Can I hear some excitement for that prize? That was the appropriate level of excitement.
I think so.
Prize.
I think so. So just before we start, does anybody need a pencil?
Oh my goodness! Right, I'm going to do the rounds.
So here comes Robbie with the pencils. This is going to be good. I don't know why. Can I have some to give out? That makes more sense, doesn't it? Here we go. Hoppa! Watch out for the sharp end. Hey, ho! Going long. Oh, almost. In the middle. No, she's not looking. I'm not throwing it at her. All the way up the back. Yes, pencils incoming. Anyone at the back? Any at the back? Any more pencil? Pencil, pencil. Pencil. Here we go. Right, that's all the pencils we have. If you haven't got a pencil, just chew your finger and write it in your own blood. That'll be good. Right, as soon as Robbie gets back, we will start. Here he is.
That was too
Woo! Right, we are going to start with the acrosses. And we're going to start with 1 across, because we're traditionalists. So 1 across goes a little something like this. Brother!
Brother!
Menelaus!
Ah, hello! It's so good to see you.
So good to see you. How have you been?
Not great.
What? Why not?
No, some sad news.
Go on.
Yes, my wife.
Your wife?
My wife.
Helen?
Helen. Yes, yeah, she left me.
No.
Yeah, left me for a man called Troy who lives in Paris.
The other way round?
A man called Paris who lives in Troy.
What?
Yes.
She's
Can't believe it.
This is appalling. Right, we're going to war.
Are we?
Yes.
Yes, we're going to go.
We're going to go to Troy.
Yes, I'm happy to go to Troy, but when we get there, is it all going to be work and work and war and work?
Well, we might do a little horsing about. Achilles!
There are some looks of recognition. This lady over here went like this. Ah! As her brain melted. That's fine.
That was one across.
That's one across.
It's a definite confusion out there.
That's good. We like to
The
start
answer
off.
was my character. My character is the one you were looking for there.
The one
Good.
we didn't say.
So, 6. 6 across. Looks a little something like this. Yeah, I love this music, yeah.
Oh, this is my favorite.
Yeah, I love the sound of the machines, yeah. Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
Good. Okay, good.
You are allowed to
That was
applaud
6
if you do
across,
enjoy any
yeah,
of them.
yeah,
It's
very
fine.
good. 6 across that was. Next is 7 across.
7 across.
7 across looks a little something like this. Ah!
Oh my goodness. Where is he?
Oh,
Where did he go?
help me!
Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Don't worry. I've got you.
Oh.
Come on to this. This is a hard moment to do with microphones.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, starting
my
compressions.
hero! Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with my heart.
Don't you die on me.
I'm not dying. I'm all right now.
And now for the kiss of life.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's probably where we're going to leave that. Oh, the disappointment. That's
in that case.
2 meters distance, please.
All right. So we are moving on to 8 across. 8 across.
Someone just said, all right.
All right. Is that all right
Yeah.
with you? Yeah.
Yeah.
8 across looks like this. Arise, son of sons, and have this slightly inappropriate badge.
Oh, that's a very sharp needle. Oh, okay. I trust you.
And now I shall call you sir.
Oh, thank you. That one's short and sweet.
Just like me.
Do we get it?
Good. Lots of confused faces. A
Excellent.
nod, a
That's what
nod,
I like. That's
a
what I
nod. And then 9 across. 9 across goes like this.
This is what happened to me just last week.
Ding
In
dong.
the past. Important.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, are you my Amazon delivery?
I am not.
Okay, you from DPD?
No, not from DPD.
Must be Hermes.
No, I'm not from Hermes. Would you like your delivery?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Goodbye.
Bye. I just like to see the furrowed brows of like full on. What on earth was
What
that?
on earth was that?
What happened to my eyes and my ears during that whole section?
But whatever happened, it was in the past tense.
Past tense.
Past tense you're looking for on that one.
Tense.
Good. Right, should we do the downs? Yeah?
Yeah.
Can we get a cheer for the downs? Apparently not. No cheering for the downs there. Okay, 1 down. 1 down is this.
And here we see Rob. Now Rob has adopted quite a stunning position there and is feasting himself on something
termites.
delicious. Oh, what is that you found down there?
Termites. I like licking termites out of their mounds.
Yes, you have got a few ants on there on your proboscis. That you,
But termites are better.
I feel like I should give you the ears that go with this. Any people fans of nature? No?
No, nobody
Okay.
likes nature. No.
That one's
Good.
Not an easy clue, that one.
2.
Not an easy one. It's the opposite of easy.
2 down.
Okay, Rob, so can you give me 2 down, please? Just say it. No, you've got to say I couldn't hear you. Can you say it again? Oh, we seem to be having some problem here. Yeah, that's working. Yeah, I can't hear you at all. I'm sorry. I think we're going to have to just move on to the next clue. Oh, was that the clue?
That was the clue.
Still furrowed
Mind's
brows.
blown. Or just confused.
This guy got it. I lip read it from over here.
Oh, well.
He turned and said it.
Great. At least one person got it.
As long as one gets it, that's all we need.
3 down. 3 down goes like this. Oh. Oh.
Hello and welcome to the Bake Off tent. Oh yes, you are going to cook up a seasonal treat today.
Oh.
Take yourself one Lord and Saviour and you know, whip him gently with passion.
Oh.
Definitely more passion.
Oh.
More passion, please. Oh, yeah. Really there. And once you've done that, pop him on your cross. You're going to leave him there for a little while. Make sure to just poke in the ribs there before you do it. And then, this is very important, let him have a rest. Let him have a rest. Definitely for exactly 3 days. 3 days you want to do that. And after 3 days, once he's been nicely shrouded, he should be risen. Yes, he should be risen there.
Good. And we didn't get struck down by lightning.
Didn't, no,
That was
that
the
was a
fear.
risky.
That was the fear.
Ooh.
I guess it's been deconsecrated. Right then, nearly there. Two more downs to go. 4 down.
I'm gonna sit for this
Great, I'm going to perch.
one. Oh, I like it.
Hey, brother.
Hello.
Different brother, different sketch.
Unrelated.
How are you?
Related, but unrelated to
Yeah.
the previous relations that we were earlier.
How are you, brother of mine?
Ah, yes, I'm very well. But tell me, how are your lovely daughters?
My daughters, they
Yes.
are great. They miss their uncle,
Oh,
but we had a really nice time in France.
where did you go to in France?
Nice. We had,
Ah,
a
very
we had a
good.
nice time in Nice, but the girls missed their uncle.
Ah, yes. Pluralize it.
One person laughed. I call that a win.
A wry chuckle of recognition.
Right, remember, this is the last clue, and then we're going to say the word go, and then all of you with your completed crosswords are going to rush towards the stage. First person to touch the stage with all the right answers will get to sit on the stage during the grand finale. Here is your last clue. This is 5 down.
In the unlikely event that we have no completed crosswords, we will repeat clues for you and make them increasingly obvious as we go.
Let's get this guy.
We were going to do this with. He's not scared at all.
He's not scared. No, he's not scared. Try up the back here.
Definitely better than one.
Okay. And go.
Wow. No one moved. I think we're safe to now take a show of hands. If there are any clues that you want repeating, call out all of them.
All of them.
Music to my ears.
Two.
They're shouting at me, but they put their hand up
Two.
and also want 2 down as well.
2 down.
2 down. Rob, will you give us the clue 2 down because they obviously didn't hear you say it the first time? I don't know about you, I can't hear him at all. He's got very poor... There was an over there. Who asked for that clue? Did you get it? That was it again. You can hear me. You can't hear him.
So what's missing?
Ooh.
And go.
Still no.
Whoa.
That's all right. We can cancel the next 5 or 6 speakers, can't we? Yeah, that's fine.
Any other clues you want repeating?
Okay, we're going to go into a rare situation here, Rob. If anyone comes to us with a completed crossword after we have finished this bit, they will get their place on the stage.
Okay.
They have some thinking time. If you also see us walking around and you need some sneaky clues, you can ask for that again. Have we got time for one more clue? No, we don't. Sad trombone noise. Wah, wah, wah.
Well, you've all failed. I'm really disappointed in all of you.
I will be taking my bird feeder,
With,
squirrel feeder.
yeah.
And going
With
away.
a small umbrella. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be
Ooh.
back with another crossword, and I hope you all concentrate next time.
Thank you very much.
Women, Sun and Sons, goodbye!
Bye-bye.
One more time, beautiful people, for the wonderful Sons and Sons. Okay, we're delighted to have our first speaker, Sunday Papers Live. It is Danny Dorling in the culture section. Danny is behind me. Danny is Professor of Geography at St. Peter's College, Oxford. His book, Shattered Nation, is a portrait of the UK in crisis, but also a glimmer of hope about how geography can show the way through. So could we please give a very warm Sunday Papers welcome to Danny Dorling.
Good afternoon. I'm not quite sure what you're doing, signing up at least for a talk about how terrible everything is on a Sunday afternoon in London. You've only got me for about 25 minutes, so I thought, how depressed can I get you? And, you know, where do I start? We can start with the children, although, you know, that's the most tear-jerking. Or I could start with old people, health service, life expectancy, or we could go in the middle and we could talk about rents in Zone 1 and Zone 2, just to make it really bad, or we could talk about our wonderful Prime Minister, or our wonderful Leader of the Opposition. But I thought I'll wake you up with some hope. I'm a geography lecturer, so you're going to get some geography. Hope. How do you find hope? Well, what you do if you're a geographer is you have a little look around and you try and find somewhere where people have worked out how to deal with some of the problems that we have. So let's take that problem of children. 56% of children with a brother and sister are now going hungry several times a month. The heights of our children are falling since 2005. That date matters, by the way, just in case you thought it was all wonderful before 2010. And mortality rates are rising. 1 to 4-year-olds are more likely to die this year than they were the year before and the year before that. So we have a problem with children. We have a problem with child poverty. We have a problem with children going hungry, and we have a problem with children going cold. There is one country in Europe, one country which has reduced child poverty the fastest in the last 3 years through a series of relatively simple policies. And there are a few hundred of you in the room, and if you're clever, you'll know there's only 30-odd countries in Europe, okay? And I'm going to give you 10 guesses, all right? And now, if you manage to get this in 10, you will have beaten Wood Green Labour Party last week, because they didn't. You'll have beaten the students of the University of Nottingham. I won't say where else I've done this. At some point, I'm going to have to stop doing this, because people are going to learn. All right, which country in Europe in the last 3 years has achieved the biggest reduction in child poverty? Who wants to put your hand up? You. Sweden. No, it's flat in Sweden. Very low, they're doing very well, but it's flat in Sweden. Go on. Finland. Finland is lovely, my favorite country. I wrote a book with Anita Cole-Jonen on Finland. Anita is only 22 years old because Finns are very capable, best education system in the world, happiest people. But no, because they already had child poverty very low, and they haven't actually reduced it. So we've had Sweden and Finland at the back. Poland, it's a good one. Poland's actually had a pretty big reduction in the last 10 years in child poverty. Quite a lot of Eastern Europe has, but Poland in the last 3 years hasn't achieved something remarkable. But in terms of uplifting, you know, people always talk about the far right rising. Right, for all my life, Poland's just had an election where the far right have had one of their biggest defeats. But sadly not Poland. So we've had Sweden, Finland and Poland. Let's go over here. You over there. Louder? Romania. Oh, that is good. No. But Romania's doing better. It's quite close. There are only 5 countries in Eastern Europe which have worse neonatal mortality than the UK. And one of those 5 is Romania. I give it about 15 years, Romania will be doing better than the UK if your chances of not dying in your first 4 weeks of life. You, sir. Shout. Luxembourg. Oh, again, okay, very good. And you've realised there are a lot of small countries in Europe. No. Luxembourg is really odd because it's very, very rich. It works as a tax haven. And quite a lot of people who live in Luxembourg don't work in it and vice versa. So the statistics, I can bore you, by the way, on this. But no, quite low child poverty in Luxembourg, not because they're brilliant, just lots of money. Amazon. You know, you ever read the bottom of the bill? Anyway. Lithuania. No, I'm losing count. We've had 5 or 6, haven't we? You. Bulgaria. Oh, that's good. Sorry. Bulgaria is the only country in Europe which is more unequal than us, but only just has a higher income inequality. Their stats are about 3 or 4 years old, so my guess is we might have beaten them. And I think currently the UK may be the most unequal state in all of Europe. But no, Bulgaria hasn't. Right at the back, sir. Shout. Vatican City. I am not going to talk about how children fare in the Vatican City. I did notice earlier on they were carrying a cross and making jokes about crucifixes. Anyway, we are in what was a church, so no, it isn't the Vatican City. Yes. Czech Republic are doing very well, but not a sudden improvement. We must have about 8. 2 more guesses. Ireland, you're getting closer, but no, and you. Is it the Netherlands? It's flat, Netherlands doing okay. Okay, you haven't beaten them. That is at least 10 guesses, isn't it? Right, the country in Europe with the biggest fall in child poverty in the last 3 years, the country that we could learn from, this weird, exotic place which you might say has a different culture, and we could never do this. The country is Scotland. Yeah. And because you're living so far, far away from Scotland, nobody tells you what's happened in Scotland. So, there you go. I'm going to uplift you. I've got a few minutes to tell you, because you might want to know, what on earth have they done in Scotland? It's not that hard. Lots of the solutions we need to being in the most terrible state we've been in since the 1930s are relatively easy. But what you have to know is that some people really don't want these solutions to happen. Because some people believe that if you're hungry, you're more likely to take a second or third job. And we need people to work. And even more effectively than if you're hungry, if your children are hungry, you will behave. Not many, but there are psychopaths out there. So what did the Scots do? It's a story of Nicola Sturgeon, woman of about my age, grew up in a normal part of Glasgow, liked Wham when she was young, and she wanted 2 things. One was Scottish independence, which she hasn't got yet, and the other was to reduce child poverty, because she's normal, unlike many of our politicians. Just to bait you, because I will open up the mic after this for questions. Some of you may remember that the Labour government took 1 million children out of poverty. They managed to do that without reducing inequality by 1 iota. And you might think, how on earth could Labour have taken 1 million children out of poverty and not made anything better? Poverty is a line. We have a poverty line. If you move children just over that line, just underneath to just over, officially they're out of poverty. It's just that they don't notice and they don't get any taller, right? What did Scotland do? Scotland had its own COVID committee, a crisis committee during the pandemic, which met every week to try and deal with that. When the cost of living crisis began, the SNP, I'm not an advocate for them, but the SNP convened, as the Scottish Government, a crisis committee that met every week to try to work out how to deal with the cost of living crisis, because it was as deadly and is as deadly as COVID in what the effects will be on people and life expectancy. This is what happens if you have austerity and increased poverty, which is what occurs if food prices rise by 16%. What they did is introduce a special Scottish child payment. They first of all introduced it about 3 years ago at just £10 a week for children under the age of 6 if your family was claiming benefits. And then they increased it and increased it. And by November 2022, the Scottish child payment was £25 a week for every child in your family under 16 for any family in receipt of any form of benefit in Scotland. That's 2 out of 7 of all children. If you're a family of 3 in Scotland, that's £4,000 extra a year. Goes directly to the parents, almost always to the mother, like child benefit. And remember, in Scotland, you still get child benefit if you have 3 children or 4 children. We don't try to penalise you and make you poor for having more siblings. A child in Scotland now, with a brother and a sister, will be living in a family with £4,000 more a year because of that payment than a child in England. £4,000 is enough to make sure that your children do not go hungry and they don't go cold. So what do we report? We report about a camper van. We report that there was a camper van and you can't quite explain who bought or owned the camper van. We don't talk about what Scotland have done because we don't like it. By we, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. The liberal elite who run this country. I'm a professor at the University of Oxford. And we don't like it. However, to raise the optimism, there was a little battle last summer, and Gordon Brown wrote an article in The Scotsman saying that he thought the Scottish child payment was inefficient because it should be being enacted by the Department for Work and Pensions. The Scottish Labour Party told him to shut up. So, one reason you don't hear about the Scottish child payment is that there is a quiet agreement between Labour and the SNP in Scotland that this is undebatable, untouchable, and simply will happen. They fund it by a slightly higher rate of income tax and by not spending things on other people in society. They can't help the old, but they can make sure that children are not going to grow up stunted. There is so much that is possible. They also changed the rules on eviction so that you can't simply be evicted from a private tenancy, again because of the cost of living crisis. And this is inside the UK. You know, that's what's remarkable. This isn't taking some Nordic utopia and saying, oh, can't we all get together and be sensible and be like them? This is inside the UK right now. And it's not just inside the UK, it is the policy of the Labour Party in Scotland. Not the Labour Party down here, but the Labour Party in Scotland. It's untapered, which means that it's not reduced because you get some other kind of benefit. You get the cash regardless if you get any benefit. It's as simple as that. At some point I'm going to stop shouting on about it, but it just annoys me that we say how difficult things are and don't even look inside the UK to see what people who care a little bit more are doing. Have I got a minute for questions? Are you checking the time? I've got 10 minutes. Okay. Who wants to ask a question about anything at all? Elephants in the room. The mic is over here. So
yes.
Anyone in here? You might disagree with me. You might say this is terrible. Scotland's going to become really inefficient. They're not going to work hard. Can we put the mic over?
Yes, I will.
To the front.
Precariously jog to the person in white.
Well, I should say while you're bringing the mic over, there is a book. The book is called Shattered Nation. It's at the cafe.
So I'm in an awkward position where I've been asked not to...
This is great, and I want the next person to be in a really awkward place because I'm going to enjoy watching you climbing over the audience. Go ahead.
So if you were Prime Minister or writing a manifesto, what would you put in it then?
What would I put in the manifesto? It's interesting to look. Manifesto is 25,000 words long. I've played with this. One of the best was done by a young man called Michael Young in 1945. He was very young when he did it. My second favourite was done by a young man called Andrew Fisher in 2017. And the trick is having your manifesto leaked so that nobody mucks about with it. What I would do is say that it would make sense within 5 years for this country to increase its public spending to the level of Germany. Not as high as France, not as high as Finland. Germany's the average for the EU. Plan to increase within 5 years, not revolution, not within 2 months, 5 years to German level of public spending. Then you can actually repair the roofs of the schools, you can fund the health service, that's all you need to do. And it might sound quite reasonable to you, saying we're going to be like Germany. We often get geographical comparisons wrong because we look at other countries, and if they label a politician as conservative, we think that they must be bad. Sorry, you can see my bias. But my favourite politician in Europe is Angela Merkel, Christian Democrat conservative of Germany, let in 1.5 million war refugees, okay, reduced the income inequality of Germany so that only 4 countries separate it from Finland. France is similar. We have a Nordic Northern Europe now. So that's what I do, and a whole lot of other things, but essentially it's a 2017 manifesto. The problem with the 2017 Labour manifesto is they didn't put in big letters at the front. All this is us trying to be a bit like Germany, right? So it was called madness. But if we had done it, then we would be in a very different situation to where we are now. It was popular. The swing in the vote between 2015 and 2017 was the fastest, biggest swing to the Labour Party that has ever occurred. 4 times faster than the swing per year to 1945. Right? Good things are entirely possible. They occasionally happen, as they've happened in Scotland. They occasionally happen as they've happened across the whole of Northern Europe. There are 5 countries in Europe now more equitable than the Nordic 5, more equitable than Iceland, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, and Norway. And 5 that are practically as equal, which includes France and Germany. Right? They don't wear school uniform in Europe. All kinds of, you might, how could you run a school without school uniform? What would happen? Right? I'm a geographer. Right? Geographer's lovely because you just go, oh, look, just go over there. And that thing you say is completely impossible here seems to be working over there. Or you could just go and look at a bit of history. I grew up in the 1960s and 70s. 1974, we were the second most equal large country in Europe to Sweden. So we were Nordic in my lifetime. I haven't gone on about how terrible things are because I don't want to set you off on a bad mood today, but things are possible, but you have to fight for them. Now, who's going to make your life hard? Who wants to ask another question if we're allowed? Oh, somebody's being kind, okay.
I think we've got one that's behind you,
right.
Without getting too panto about it. There you are.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, is there any hope to be garnered from Brexit?
Hope from Brexit, yeah.
Provocateur in the house.
I was standing behind you as you were walking in. I'm fairly sure it was you. Because it was very confident making for somebody who knows they're speaking. No, it wasn't you. Oh, okay, yeah. No, you didn't say anything nasty. Somebody said, it might have been you. Okay, behind. Somebody said, who have you come for? And the person who looked like you said, oh, I haven't checked who's speaking. And I thought, well, that's okay, not so bad. What's good about Brexit? Lots and lots of things. I'm a Remainer, by the way, before you boo me. Because this is London, we're 80% Remain voting in this little part. If it had gone the other way, 52% voting Remain, 48% voting Leave, we would still be in a civil war. Remain, Dominic Cummings, Gove, their assumption was that they would lose the first referendum. They were all gearing up for the next, a fight, claiming that the BBC was biased, the churches were biased, the CBI was biased, the trade unions were biased because every civic organisation backed Remain. Right? So there was a long campaign planned. That is why at least one of the Leave campaigns broke the law numerous times because they thought they'd never be investigated because they were going to lose. So at least we're not in that protracted situation. But I'll give you one more reason why Brexit is good. If it hadn't been us, it would have been somebody else. Right? The EU is a democratic institution. You don't have to stay. If we hadn't left, possibly it would have been Greece. And we're richer. Right? Greece shares a land border with Bulgaria. Back then, nobody realised if you share a land border with anybody, no matter how tiny or insignificant you think it is, that's a big thing. Back then, people thought, oh, you can leave the EU and don't worry, the pilchards are still going to arrive. I mentioned pilchards because my dad lives in the west of Wales. He's in his 80s. The only thing he wants is pilchards. Right? The cans no longer get to the co-op in Dolgellau. Seriously, we have serious supply problems, let alone how much we're paying for the food. But if it hadn't been us, somebody else would have done it, and it would have been bad for them. And also the far-right parties of Europe. I told you that Finland's my favourite country. The Free Finns switched from being an anti-EU party to loving the EU because it made sense. And now they want more immigration, but from Spain, okay? Because they're still nasty and far right. And the last good thing about Brexit, our Conservative Party left the Conservative Party grouping of Europe in 2014 and allied itself with Alternative for Deutschland. At the time of Brexit, there were 40 far-right MEPs in the European Parliament from the UK. A mixture of Conservative and UKIP, but this was the European far-right bedrock. That was us. We don't think of ourselves as far-right. We're just normal and British and make people go on planes to Rwanda. You know, I grew up with the National Front and what the National Front were campaigning for, and now we have it as policy. So when we left the EU, the European far-right lost its 40 MEPs. It lost its position of having all of Tufton Street in Europe, the Adam Smith Institute, all of the nasties. They're now on the edge. The Adam Smith Institute had to rely on its office in Warsaw because after we went, the European far-right's headquarters was Poland. Poland had 20 far-right MEPs in the European Parliament, except the Poles have voted against that nasty government. So the European far-right, opposite to what you'll read in The Guardian that talks endlessly about, oh, look what they've just done in Portugal, which, okay, it's bad. The European far-right has been damaged by us leaving the EU. It's like that Mitchell and Webb sketch, the one where they work out they're the baddies, right? We were the baddies. We are the baddies in many ways. Elephants in the room, but if you look at world policy and say, who's being good and who's supporting really nasty things going on in the world, I'm afraid the bad news is that we are generally on the side of wrong. Last thing I'll say about the far right, if you don't believe me, if you can remember the years and years of Golden Dawn rising in Greece and the fear of what was going to happen, some women judges essentially took them to court and prosecuted them in Greece, and they've been collapsed. There are so many good news stories. The problem is you have to know about the bad news as well to realise why the good news matters. Are we allowed another question?
I'm afraid not, Danny. Ended on a positive high, though. Thank you. Thank you so much, Danny Dorling. So, most of our authors today, if you're interested in their book, they are over by the snacks, by the coffee and by the pastries. Danny Dorling's book, Shattered Nation, is eviscerating and brilliant insight into the current state of the nation. If anyone needs cheering up, an absolutely gorgeous dog has just walked in, so keep your eye out for that. We've got our first baby. Also, there are massages over at the back, so you can have a kind of quasi-religious experience as you're relaxed next to a shrine. You can imagine you're in 15th century I don't know, Italy, but in a good way. And we're going to have 2 consecutive speakers in the next one, so they're going to be interview-based and run into each other, which will be about 40 minutes, which means now is the time to go to the bathroom, get a drink. Please give it up one more time for your previous speaker, Danny Dorling.
Last 8. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
All of me, why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? Take my lips, I want to lose them. Take my arm, I'll never use them. Your goodbye left me with eyes that cry. How can I go on there without you? You took the part that once was my heart, so why not take all of me? take all of me. Can't you see I'm no good without you? Take my lips, I want to lose them. Take my arms, I'll never use them. Your goodbye left my wet eyes to cry. How can I go on there without you? You took the part that once was my heart, so why not take all of me? Yeah. E flat.
Everybody Loves My Baby. Everybody Loves My Baby. D minor. We'll do a little D. I'll do a little D minor vamp too. Do you want to play it in? I'll just do a little D minor vamp and then.
Everybody love my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. Everybody want my baby, but my baby don't want nobody but me. That's plain to see. Got a form like Venus, I ain't talking Greek. No one come between us, but she my she. Everybody love my baby, but my baby don't want nobody but me. Nobody but me.
Oh. Okay, beautiful people. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speakers. We are in the travel section. We're delighted to say that renowned filmmaker, traveller, explorer, and journalist Shay Rhodes is with us today to talk about the sex tourism in the Gambia. He's going to be interviewed by the wonderful Katie Goldfinch, who's a filmmaker and journalist. So please give a very warm welcome to Shay and Katie.
Cool.
All right.
Here we are.
Hello there, Shay.
Hello.
Very wonderful for you to be here with us.
It's lovely to be here, thank you.
So we're going to talk about your film, which is about sex tourism in Gambia. So
Yes.
tell us how it came about.
So the idea came about when I was, it must have been about 15 years or so before I made the documentary. I was backpacking in Africa. I went to visit some family in Nigeria. I went to Mali, I went to Ghana. And a friend of mine was teaching English in Gambia, and she said, come down. So I said, why not? You know, it's got an established tourism industry, so I thought it was a good place to go as a backpacker. And when I got there, it was just super awkward. She was white, female, same age as me. We were probably about 21 at the time, and her partner was with her. And every time I was out with them together, or just with her particularly, people kind of always assumed that in fact, they used the term madam. Get your madam to come to my shop, or tell madam that she should eat in my restaurant, that kind of thing. And I was a bit like, what do people think's going on here? Not quite sure. But over the next week or so, it became kind of obvious that it's really common in Gambia for European women to come out and essentially hire a young man to take care of them for the time that they're there. And yeah, depending on what you want, almost anything could be on the cards.
And before you made the film, had there been much media coverage about this issue?
Before I made the film, not so much. So it was this kind of weird process when I came back. You often have this when you go backpacking or traveling somewhere, and you see weird things, and you go, well, that was weird. And then you come back home, and life becomes normal again, you know. Elderly white women don't come up to me and grab me in bars. It's just not a thing that happens, so I can relax back into my normal life. And then suddenly in the newspapers, in the Sun, in the Mail, I'd start to see these kind of articles about a woman in her kind of 40s, 50s who went off to Gambia, met a young man, married him, brought him back to England, and then he ditched her and ran off with all her money. And I was always looking at that going, so is this the kind of 3 years after of what I saw? Is that what happens? A lot of these women end up marrying these boys and actually bringing them back to England. And that's when I started to piece it all together and go, okay, it's not just a weird thing that I saw once. And it's not entirely just poor elderly women getting ripped off by exploitative young men who want to take all their money. There's this kind of weird bit in between, which is where the sex tourism comes into it.
And why do you think Gambian people are doing this?
Well, poverty. Poverty, as with anything. Same in Thailand, same anywhere else. But there's something quite specific or quite particular about Gambia, because obviously it's a very poor country. There's not very much else there. There's not much industry. I mean, I was just talking to somebody about fishing in Gambia. Fishing's probably one of the biggest industries. They have a relatively small coastline. There's very little there. And so when tourism came along, it really gave people a huge potential to earn some foreign money. And if you are not educated, you don't speak, different languages, if you are unlikely to be able to get a job in a hotel, to be able to just be a waiter or anything in the tourism sector, then kind of hanging around in tourist areas and hoping that you can find somebody's way to be useful. It might be somebody who wants a tour, they want to see the real Gambia, and you can take them to your mum's village. Very simple thing to organise. You can meet a taxi driver, get them a good price, go to your mum's village, they get to see, what it's really like for real Gambian people. That's a great thing that you can offer as a young man who's potentially not got anything else, really. And the more you do that, the more you start to realise that you may not have very much that's attractive to tourists other than yourself.
And after a few approaches, I guess everybody starts to get into this mindset of, okay, well, if that's what's being asked of me, how far am I willing to go? And what am I willing to do for this? And eventually, I think over the years, it has slightly set into the culture. So it's become a thing that a young man might do. Some people get a degree, go off to college, do their best. Some people might try and legally migrate to the UK or to another country. Others might try and get on a boat and end up in the Canary Islands, which isn't too far away. You might go into crime, drug smuggling, all kinds of things, but then tourism and eventually offering sexual services to tourists becomes another option.
How easy was it to find contributors for the film?
It was not easy, as you can imagine, to find contributors. One of the hardest things with this is that we were making a documentary which was going to go out in the UK. So anybody British would have to take on board immediately that she's going to be seen by her family. But then a lot of the people, and this is one of the weirdest things and quite hard to say, is that a lot of the people who are living this life, particularly on a regular basis, going back regularly, meeting young men, maybe in a relationship with somebody who probably has 3 or 4 different girlfriends who come every year, and he looks after them while they're there. But, she's perhaps a little bit of a fantasist. She's living in a slightly fantasy world in which she's suddenly got a lot more power and feels a lot better about herself, and is perhaps not as being as realistic about how people might see that or how her family might take that. And I think there was a lot of that with the documentary as we were filming with contributors. You started off, you met someone, happy-go-lucky, off I'm going to Gambia to go and meet my boyfriend again. And then over the next few weeks, you'd start to think, well, we have a real duty of care to this person. We have to be responsible for them because their family are going to see them for real. Their friends at work who've always heard that they go off to Gambia and, oh, she seems to like Gambia. Wonderful. They're now going to see that other seedy side that perhaps you probably didn't tell them about.
And what's the reaction been like to the film since it came out?
Huge. I've been really surprised. First of all, there's a bunch of stuff. First of all, sex tourism featuring women isn't something that has been documented much. So I think lots of people came to it and were very interested in that. I think our tone in the film, I'll take some responsibility for that. I kind of quite early on realised that most of these women they're my mum's age. And I thought, well, how would I feel if this was my mum? Obviously disgusted, shocked, all the rest of it. But then I'd have to pull back, wouldn't I, and go, my mum is single. She is, adventurous. She travelled a lot as a younger woman. She may not have as many suitors as she did when she was younger, but she hasn't stopped thinking of herself as a person who's interesting and who somebody might be interested in. And so, yeah, I had to kind of pull back and really remind myself that some of these, certainly, first of all, we don't want to mock or ridicule any of these women, but most of all, we wanted to try and explain who they are and why they've ended up in this position. That kind of feeling of having been important, relevant, a mum, having had a job, responsibility in society, and then sort of getting older and all of those responsibilities and expectations going away and slowly becoming invisible, and then arriving in a country where you are visible again, where suddenly people are coming from the other side of the street to come and say, hello, madam, how can I help you? Anything I can do for you? It completely transforms how somebody sees herself, and that's when I started to go, okay, we need to be a bit responsible about how we portray them, and that has had a big effect when people watch the film. The impact in Gambia was slightly different. People knew that this was going on, but maybe didn't want to acknowledge it. As the tourism industry's got bigger and bigger, it's become harder and harder to ignore. And so there were a lot of people, particularly Gambians who live here, perhaps, who haven't seen it so much, who were outraged, let's put it that way. It's a really common reaction when you make documentaries, particularly about subjects that haven't been covered very much, is that a lot of people will come to you and you can distill their comment down to, nobody knew about this, you shouldn't have told them, because it's embarrassing, basically. So yeah, there was a lot of that.
And what do Gambian people think about it, who live in Gambia now?
it's hard to summarize that, but there is, there's different sections, and certainly among middle-class Gambians, there's a huge kind of, it's just very embarrassing. It's very embarrassing that when they go and tell people that they're from Gambia, the first thing some people will say is, oh, I saw a documentary about, the young men in your country, and people will be like, what? It's got nothing to do with, a certain section of society. I think a lot of others were quite grateful, though, especially after a little bit of chatting with some people. A lot of people were really grateful that the women who come over and have this secret life where they spend a month over Christmas every year in Gambia, and everyone just goes, oh, she really loves the people, or something like that. They kind of finally got to see what was going on in these women's lives for real. And I think there was a certain amount, particularly among, waiters and hotel staff, where they genuinely worry for some of these women. And we're talking women who are up to their 60s, 70s, 80s, who go out a lot, and they're kind of looking at these women going, do you not have a family who care where you are and who worry about you? In all the years you've come, you've never brought a child, anybody. So there's this sort of feeling, particularly in Gambia, where families stay close, extended families stay close. There is this sense after a while, once you've known a woman for 2 or 3 years, that you should ask how she is, and people should know what she's going through or doing when she's in our country, whether she's enjoying that or not. There's others around her who might want to help her out of it.
And how does the sex tourism industry differ for a woman compared to a man?
I'd say the biggest difference is that I think male sex tourism is very kind of menu-oriented, which I would say, and I've seen this. You see this in Thailand, like literally outside the door of a brothel, they will have a list of sex acts and prices, and I think that speaks to a kind of a male, perhaps a male approach, perhaps male sexuality, something very direct about it. Whereas the women would never have thought that they would have never have been able to imagine that they were involved in prostitution, because sex wasn't on the cards. Companionship was there, friendship, guided tours, somebody to hang out with, somebody to go to a bar with, to not be alone. The sex kind of came afterwards and was a side effect of the things that she did pay for, which were not listed on a menu, let's say. So yeah, that's the difference, and I think it makes it, particularly from a legality perspective, makes it really difficult and interesting, because this man never sold sex. So he hasn't broken any laws. So yeah, that's been really interesting.
And you've been back since you made the film. What changes have you seen occur in that time?
I mean, the first change was from when I first went as a backpacker to when I came back. It had exploded. The whole kind of tourism scene was massive. And, where when I first went, there were 2 bars, literally 2 bars that you could go to. There were now a whole strip of them, and then in other parts of town there were even more. And the industry of it had started to pick up. So there were companies that run tours, there were companies that pick people up from the airport, and so you'd be standing on the main tourist strip, and these buses would come from the airport taking people to their hotels, coming right down the strip, and every time I looked at one, it was just women's faces in the window. On the plane on the way over, it's like 80% women on the flight, which is really, really unusual. I mean, been to countries where there's a high NGO presence. There's typically a lot more women working for NGOs than, say, oil companies. So you might see more women on a flight there, but still never more than 50, 60%. It was weird. And particularly women, in their 50s, 60s, traveling alone or in pairs, where you sort of go, I've seen this a bit, but not this much on one flight. And you start to realize that there's a whole industry around this. The hotels, the tour operators, they kind of know who their market is. And as we started researching and getting into it, that's exactly where we started finding ourselves, advertising in specific places.
How much time have we got? Have we got time for questions from the audience? Has anyone got any burning questions for Shay about this issue?
Possibly one question, or very quick question, yes. Hello.
Super interesting. Thank you for sharing. I was just wondering how the families of these young men feel about it, and especially how you would compare that to, say, women who engage in sex work in
I think
Thailand.
that's a really good question, something that was constantly in my mind. I'm glad you asked me. When I talk about culture and how it feeds into culture, it's really important. There are different levels of marriage in Gambia. There's a kind of official level where you'll have a registry office wedding, and it's all registered on a database somewhere in the government. And then you can have a traditional wedding where it might be in a mosque, or it might be a traditional healer, or even just a local village chief. That's not registered anywhere. As a result, there's always been a kind of a two-tier system of marriage in Gambia, and with it being a Muslim country, men often have more than one wife. So typically a man's first wife will be the traditional wedding, the girl from the village who his grandma would like him to marry, so that it all stays in the tribe kind of thing. His second marriage might be a more official one. And so that's exactly what happens here, where the family will see him marry this European woman and say, well, that's fine, he did the right thing because he's married to so-and-so back in the village. Of course, when Sheila from Dagenham meets so-and-so from back in the village, she won't be introduced as my first wife. She might be my sister or my cousin. And the child that she has is my nephew, not my son. And so that's where it starts to become messy. And people will back that up. They'll allow that to happen. They'll allow his wife, or Sheila, to think that. Because it's in everyone's interests. Of course, when Sheila then finds out 3, 4, 5 years later, she's distraught. Everybody she knew in Gambia was essentially lying to her. So yeah, that's how it works in families. Typically, if a man is doing this, if he has more than one wife and one of them is European, there's a really strong chance that people are keeping their mouths shut about some of the other stuff he's up to, so as not to seem like they're ratting him out.
Tell us a bit about what you're working on at the moment and where we can find you.
I'm working on all sorts of stuff. As usual, I'm a freelance documentary maker, so I'm constantly juggling like a million different ideas. But I work mostly at the moment on BBC World Service on a show called Outlook, which is we interview interesting people from around the world. The show's been going for like 40-odd years, but I'm kind of one of their latest presenters, basically.
And Instagram and YouTube?
Yeah, all of that stuff.
Shay Rhodes, everybody.
Thank you so much, Shay Rhodes. And thank you as well to Katie Goldfinch. Okay, we're going to go straight into our next speaker now. There's that absolutely stunning dog down here. You guys are really missing out on this side. Just to remind you that if you need the feel to relax, the need to relax after that talk, there is still the delicious, the relaxing, the effervescent massages going on in the back where you can look at a glorious 19th century shrine whilst having your muscles massaged. The wonderfully dressed, elegantly dressed Ben Ware has come behind me. Our next speaker, we're delighted to introduce Ben Ware, who is the co-director of the Centre for Art and Philosophy at King's College London. And he is being interviewed by philosopher Maria Belasca, talking about the end of things and how we view extinction. Please give a very warm Sunday Papers welcome to Ben and Maria.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, on extinction, it is a word, a signifier that has been increasingly present in our lives, in our social and political discourse. And just to mention a few ways in which extinction comes up, we can think of, and maybe this is what you're thinking of, climate change, the sixth mass extinction. In terms of our experience, we can perhaps think back to the pandemic, when we were being invited to think of the world without humans. But also more recently, with the recent developments with AI, often we hear about humanity being wiped out. So extinction haunts us, we could say, and your book comes to respond to that. But it does, if I may say so, in a very original and unique way, because you're bringing in philosophy, psychoanalysis, and politics to address extinction. So could you please briefly summarize the key insights that this method, your own method of approaching it, gives us in the book?
Okay, so thank you very much, Maria, and thank you all for coming. As you rightly say, this is not a conventional treatment of extinction, in the sense that the book's primary focus is not issues of climate change, habitat loss, and the so-called sixth mass extinction. Instead, it folds these issues into a much bigger philosophical, psychoanalytic, and political narrative. So I'd say, simply speaking, the book does three things. Sorry, can you hear me? First of all, it provides a new philosophical history of extinction, showing how the idea has continued to inspire and to provoke philosophical thinkers, all the way from Kant and Hegel through to figures like Freud in the 20th century. And indeed, one of the implicit arguments of the book is that the whole history of modern European thought might in fact be productively reread as a history of thinking about extinction and the end of the world. The second thing that the book does is to explore what happens to ideas, what happens to culture, what happens to politics when we lose our sense of the future, when it becomes impossible to imagine significant alternatives to the present. And the third thing I would say is that the book proposes a new way of thinking about the relation between temporality and catastrophe. So we hear lots nowadays about doomsday clocks and ticking points and climate deadlines and all the rest, and how we need to do X and Y in order to avert catastrophe. My argument, in a sense, is precisely the opposite. The catastrophe is not some existential dark cloud still looming on our horizon. It is, in fact, what has already happened. We're in the midst of it right now, and it's already having a determining effect on our politics, our culture, our economics, and all the rest. So then the question becomes, what do we do and how do we think when it's already too late?
Right. I imagine that when you say that the catastrophe has already happened, and I assume you mean extinction, that, just to clarify for the audience too, you don't just mean we have become extinct or the world has become extinct, because you are obviously here now. But I think what you mean is something more complex, that perhaps you mean extinction in a more moral or political sense. Maybe that something fundamental about humanity and its place in the world has been lost for us, or is being lost. So could you become a bit more precise about how you mean extinction?
Yes, no, absolutely. And I think it's very important that we kind of go back to this issue that I've just mentioned about time and temporality. So we might begin by saying that one of the things that has become extinct is precisely our sense of the future.
Yeah.
So we appear to find ourselves in this kind of ever-expanding present that has the character of a kind of limbo state, I guess. So in a world of feeds and streams and flows, everything seems to change and to be changing constantly. But at the same time, at a more fundamental level, it seems impossible for anything to change at all. So one of the things that the book actually does is to construct a new metaphysics of stuckness or stasis, you might say. And I think it's precisely this condition of stuckness that finds its way into contemporary articulations of the present, such as the Anthropocene, for example. What does the Anthropocene announce? Well, it announces that on the one hand, human beings have become, absolute masters of the universe. They've raised themselves to this level of biospheric supremacy. But on the other hand, precisely because we're now in a new geological epoch, any kind of significant human activity on the world is rendered obsolete. So in a sense, kind of mastery and impotence coincide, and we appear to find ourselves in a new endless end in which the only course of action available to us is to become something like enlightened planetary managers. And I think it's in this context as well that we can also think about how extinction imaginaries get reproduced at the level of culture. So we might say that it's precisely because this world, the world of too late, crisis-riven capitalism, can't be imagined to end, that we continue to see the end played out in this apocalyptic, sublime way on our TV and film screens.
Yeah.
And just to make a final point, in the book I frame all this within a much kind of broader economic narrative. So to go back to an idea put forward by the thinker George Kafentzis, he very suggestively says that it's actually capitalism's anxiety about its own ability to continue to reproduce itself over time that leads to this apocalyptic sense of the world. So one might say that it's actually economies of stasis, economies of kind of stuckness, zombie economies, that themselves produce this sense of apocalyptic foreboding. And so what the book does, it kind of moves between thinking about extinction in an economic sense, a political sense, a philosophical sense, a cultural sense, and demonstrates how these different modalities interconnect and intermesh.
I'm so glad you mentioned the Anthropocene, both because I think the audience will be familiar with it, and and they are familiar with it because it has been so much adopted, often uncritically, I think, by the media, right? We just read about the Anthropocene all the time. And I think you show that, in a way, it's a very empty concept. And it's empty because, when you situate responsibility at this abstract level of the anthropos, of the human, then you don't really need to change anything. Our economies and our political systems can just keep going as usual. But the other reason why I think it's important that you mention the Anthropocene is because it kind of showcases how important the psychoanalytic angle that you take is to understand our discourse and certain ideas that dominate our discourse. Because I think what you say in a Lacanian way is that the Anthropocene kind of allows us to carry on with our symptom, to enjoy our symptom, which is something that we often see in the neurotic lives of patients. And in the book, you also identify two other really interesting forms of disavowal, of this tendency to carry on with our symptom. And I learned a lot from it because I didn't know much about what they are. One is antinatalism, maybe our audience is familiar with it, and the other one is de-extinction. So could you say a bit more about these two forms of disavowal and what they are and how you interpret them in this psychoanalytic context?
Yes, thank you. I think the notion of disavowal is absolutely kind of crucial here. I mean, maybe just to begin with antinatalism, which I refer to as at one point in the book as a failed response to catastrophe. So what does antinatalism say? Well, antinatalism says that human beings, human life is just simply a kind of sexually transmitted disease. It is a scourge upon the earth, and that we have a moral duty to stop procreating and allow ourselves to go extinct over time. The ecological variant of this position says that we should allow ourselves to go extinct for nature, for Mother Nature. And this is, in one sense, a fascinating idea or set of ideas, but also, I would argue, a deeply, deeply flawed and problematic position. I mean, just to kind of think, what is it that grounds, what is it that provokes these fantasies of kind of self-extinction and radical self-sacrifice. Well, it seems to me that the antinatalist is suffering from what we might call that specific Western liberal pathology that is species shame.
Yeah, it's so misanthropic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this respect, kind of allowing ourselves to go extinct is a kind of necessary punishment for destructive humanity itself. It's also a way of kind of enjoying one's guilt, or as to put it in more psychoanalytic terms, extracting jouissance from one's own sense of guilt. But I think it's also a deeply kind of politically problematic issue in the sense that it fails to name the actual enemy. It fails to name the actual cause of the, the destruction of nature, the devastation of nature. And so it ends up being, in a sense, complicit with what it actually opposes. Now, de-extinction, which you also, I think, mentioned as another instance of disavowal, might be taken as the kind of flip side of antinatalism. So where antinatalism argues that we need to allow ourselves to go extinct for the sake of nature, de-extinction says that we need to put ourselves in the hands of accelerationist science, which can solve all of nature's woes. And while these two positions seem to be kind of moving in different directions, they are, I would argue, ideologically aligned. So the self-sacrificing antinatalist is merely the flip side of the de-extinctionist new master of the universe who thinks that he or she can save humanity by resurrecting extinct megafauna and acting as a kind of new steward of the biosphere. So as I say, I mean, these are both, deeply problematic responses to the catastrophe that we currently face.
Yeah. I want to end this conversation with a question about what can be done. Because my sense is that you also see a unique opportunity for humanity in extinction, right? That having perhaps lost or forgotten who we are can also allow us to restart, to re-find ourselves. Now, this is what you call beginning again at the end. And I'd like you to say more about how you mean this beginning again at the end, and then I will open the discussion to questions from the audience.
So yeah, I mean, beginning again at the end is the subtitle of the book, and it's one of the ways that I go about trying to think what it would mean to imagine a new kind of global and collective political subject. And there are several ways that I do this in the book, and maybe here I can just mention a couple of those. So the first thing is I return to the French philosopher Maurice Blanchot, who puts forward, so he's writing at the height of the Cold War, and he puts forward an idea then that I think is even more relevant today than it probably was when Blanchot was actually writing. And Blanchot says that in the face of annihilation, and he's talking in his time about nuclear annihilation, which, let's face it, has not entirely kind of gone away. He says that the prospect of annihilation can bring into focus what he calls the idea of totality, the prospect of a new global political subject. And so, for Blanchot, it is by kind of looking the negative in the face, by tarrying with this prospect of death, that this notion of a new kind of collective emerges. And it's precisely this new kind of collective that might move against or might negate some of the apocalyptic tendencies of capitalism. The second move that I make is to revive the psychoanalytic idea of the death drive. And this might sound a little bit crazy, of course. Why do we need the death drive today when there is so much chaos, destruction, war? Surely the death drive is precisely the driver of all these negative things. My argument is precisely the opposite. So drawing on the work of the psychoanalytic thinker Jacques Lacan, I say that the death drive, despite its name, is actually on the side of life. It's actually a generative and creative force. So as Lacan himself argues in his seminar on the ethics of psychoanalysis, the death drive is the will to create from zero, the will to begin again and to make a fresh start. So I argue that the death drive is in fact precisely this creative and generative force that we can mobilize against ecocide, against destruction, and against war. And this then is precisely the way in which we might go about opening up a new collective politics of the future.
Well, there's definitely a lot to think about here, but I guess the best way to think about it is to buy your book and read your book. Absolutely. So, Ben Ware, thank you for this discussion. Any questions from the audience?
Any questions? Stick your hand in the air. The gentleman over there, I'm just running to you. Person at the back, clambering through here. I've made it past one chair. I've made it past a lumberjack. Over to the person in the corner.
It's interesting to me that you conceptualize the Anthropocene as sort of a fait accompli in terms of planetary mastery, whereas I see humanity's position more as a child at a point and signalling station on a railway, flipping levers and watching trains derail, that we don't have that yet, that part of the issue with the thinking around the Anthropocene and its usage in sort of common everyday and media is that we are in control, whereas we are not. So in terms of the narrative around your thinking extinction, do you see a difference between us being a species in control and a species not in control, and it being more about our thinking of the urgency coming from us becoming more stewards and planetary managers?
I would say that, I think it's a great question. I would say that we both kind of are and aren't in control. I mean, we're certainly not in control at the moment of the economic system that is kind of, you know, driving us to the point of catastrophe. And so precisely one of the things that I try and think through in the book is how do we formulate, in the midst of catastrophe, crisis, and chaos, an idea of a new kind of political subject that might enable us to, I don't want to use the phrase take back control, but yeah, you know what I mean, yeah?
I think, is that it? Lovely. Ben, Maria, thank you so much. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
And beautiful people, thank you so much for enjoying the abstract, intellectual, but also quite tangible musings of Maria and Ben. Once more, if you want a massage, it's at the back of our beautiful heavenly room. And thinking of specific, tangible things, beautiful people, we're going to play a game of Jenga. That needed more excitement. We're going to play a game of Jenga. It's like you're all having a Sunday roast and your weird uncle has turned up with a massive board game that he's going to insist you fight each other on. Who thinks they're good at playing Jenga? Just do that beautiful person at the back. Round of applause for this person. Yes. If you'd like to make your way to the stage, and another person there. I'm just going to give a little survey if there's anyone else. No, it is this other person. Let's welcome them both to the stage. They are in fact playing for a Bloody Mary, so the stakes are incredibly high. They are differing in stature, but maybe not in dexterity. Let's get to know them a little bit. A round of applause for this person, who looks very much like a philosophy student. Welcome, my friend. Did you enjoy the previous talk?
Yes, I did.
He did, yes. Very philosophical, as he would. And this person here, who has some absolutely stunning boots and an effervescent personality. Would you like to come to the stage, whoever you are? There they are. What's your name? Jacqueline? And your name's? Fred? Fred, have you ever won anything before in your life?
Not that I can recall.
Fred's never won anything before in his life. Guys, give some empathy for Fred, please. Lovely stuff. And have you ever won anything before? Are you confident?
I did win an award once for...
She actually won an award once for a program. So there you are. A round of applause for Jackie. Jackie in the corner is an award winner, whereas Fred has never won anything before in his life. Let's see how this plays out. Jackie was, of course, incredibly confident. Fred is not. These are the rules. You have to remove a wooden block until it's the last person standing, so whoever collapses the tower will lose. And by default, the other person will be going home with a Bloody Mary. House Jazz Band, are you ready to do some Jenga jazz? I don't know if everyone's heard of Jenga jazz before, but it was massive in the 1960s. People with polar necks would get their little let's see their hands, little finger warm up there. Great stuff. Jacqueline just doing a little workout, and Fred resting them in a kind of monkish position, but again looking incredibly motivated. I'm going to count down from 3. You're going to shout Jenga, and that's the cue for our jazz band to kick it right in the ghoulies and get this epic battle on its way. I'm going to count down from 3, then I'm going to shout Jenga. What am I going to shout, Sunday Papers Live? What am I going to shout? 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Lovely stuff there. Jacqueline, will you please go first? Jacqueline has to remove a piece. Jazz band, can we start, please? Let's do it.
1, 2, 3.
Here comes Jazz Jenga. A lovely, sturdy move there from Jacqueline. Once you've nominated the piece, you have to stick to it. Remember, they are playing for a Bloody Mary. Bloody Marys are delicious and consist of real tomato juice and delicious Tabasco. Here comes Fred using his middle finger. He's quite braggadocious there. Oh, and he's got a very firm grip. Absolutely fantastic gripping of the wood. Remember, Jacqueline has won an award before, and Fred has not won an award. So there is really different scales. What's that? Yes, excuse me, thank you. The crowd are pointing out you have to put the Jenga piece back onto the Jenga tower. You can't just leave it at the side. We're not just going shopping. Lovely stuff. You can really feel the hatred between Jacqueline and Fred here. There's so much beef. I'd be surprised if it doesn't turn into a wrestling match at the end. Look at Jacqueline. Oh, and that's fantastic placement, using both intellectual and artistic skills. Fred, you may not have known this, but what I'm going to tell you is you can't test out. Once you've nominated, once you've touched the wood, you have to stick with the wood. You can't go fondling wooden blocks and then not pushing them. You can't be such a wood tease. Well, I don't care how you play it, Fred. I'm the umpire, and I'm going to come down on you hard. That's it, Fred. You've nominated that one. You've got to go for it. You've got to go for it, Fred. You've nominated it. This could be it. Well, that's good to see, though. I think he might get away with it. Who wants Fred to win? Who wants Jacqueline to win? Some real Jacqueline fans in the crowd. As I've said before, she has already won an award. So she is very much the high-status person here. Oh, that's great stuff for the Fred fans down in the pit here. Fred is very much the people's player. He enjoys things like football and rugby, whereas Jacqueline, having won an award, she enjoys high-end hotels, champagne, and reading things in Latin. And there goes Fred now. Remember, Fred, once you're onto the wood, you have to stick with that wood. Yes, let's go for it. Oh, that's good. That's really good. That's great stuff. I honestly haven't seen this much wood since I was downstairs at the Berghain. Great to see, though. Thank you to the one person who appreciated that joke. Fred's really got a sticky piece of wood here, and can he get it out? He's looking very, very tense. Oh, well done, Fred. Yes, Fred is getting a lot of love in the room now, and his confidence is building. Jacqueline now really weighing it up, but once you've touched it, you've got to go for it, remember. That is how it works. So once you've touched it, you have to go for it. That is fair. Those are the rules for everybody here. Great stuff. Great stuff from Jacqueline. I think that's pretty good. This is an incredibly tense game. It can take anywhere up to 4 hours, The longest we've had is 6 days. Let's keep going, Fred. We are soon going to increase. Yes, great stuff. Really tense now. Jacqueline's thinking about it. And that's really strong from Jacqueline. You can see her learned and successful career coming into play. Oh, I have actually getting something from the producer now. I'm getting something from the producer. For the next round, the person who plays it for you, you have to find your doppelganger in the crowd. You have to find someone who looks just like you in the crowd to play your next go. Okay, Fred? Yes, yes. So, Fred, could you find someone who looks most like you for the next go? Fred's doppelganger will be playing for him next. Let's find someone who looks like Fred. And Jacqueline, if you could find a doppelganger as well, they'll be playing next. Let's have a look now. Don't overthink it. Let's move through with it, Fred. Don't overthink it now. That person there, person in the grey, excuse me, I'm going to go get... No, person in the white, you've been nominated. Please come onto the stage, person in the white. Round of applause for this person. This is Fred's doppelganger. He'll now be on Fred's team. He's a kind of slicker, more bearded version of Fred. One of them, I think, is more into rugby. The other one's into philosophy. But they are very much two sides of the same coin. Jacqueline needs to find someone who looks like her now. Who's she pointing at? Just anyone now. Let's be quick about it. Maybe that person there. There's a younger version of you. Oh, this person here. Here's someone who looks like Jacqueline. There they are, coming up onto the stage. They're doppelganger. Yes, great stuff. Round of applause. What's your name? Namata. And this person's going to be playing with Fred. Okay, now let's go. And we're going to have to pick up the pace now, guys. Let's go. You please, sir, bearded man. Lovely stuff. And that's a classic push. That's a classic Jenga action. Oh, you are. It's fine. It's fine. And you up for the doppelgangers now. Fred and Jacqueline here have chosen their doppelgangers. Over on Fred's side, there's this gentleman. What's your name? Connor here is just like Fred in every single way. He has got a thicker beard, and he assures me a thicker pubis as well. Fred did used to have a beard, just as thick like that. They are each other, but on different timelines in their life. That's it, alternative versions. Can we get on with it now, please? And we're going to head to a crescendo. I'm actually just getting something. Yes, please, let's do that. Let's get that one done and see if it collapses. And just to remind you that Fred has never won anything, and Jacqueline has won multiple awards, lives in an absolutely enormous house, reads Latin. And there we go, great stuff. Okay, I'm just getting something in from the producer now. The category now is that you cannot use your hands for the next bit of Jenga. You have to use an alternative body part. You can be creative with that, but just to remind you that there are children in the crowd. So do keep it PG. You can use your mouth. You could use your knee. If you wanted to, you could headbutt it like a badass. These are the options available to you there. Fred, really, it's you next, my friend. Connor, yes, Connor, it's you. It's doppelganger time. And the tension is really building now. And I'm going to give you only 10 seconds to do it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. That is absolutely amazing. 3, 2. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. That is Jenga. Wow, that is absolutely stunning stuff there from Connor. And now Jacqueline's team are in the mix of having to not use their hands to remove a Jenga. Yes, either of you can nominate it. And there is Jacqueline's doppelganger being applauded by her teammate. Really applauded there. You have to play Jenga, but not with your hands. And you've only got 20 seconds to do it. Lots of discussion here. She's exactly using her elbow there. I'm just going to have a little look. Oh, this is really tense. Oh, no. Once you've started, you cannot leave that one. You have to carry on, Jacqueline, with the one that you touched first. The one that you touched first. Let's have a look. Really tense moment there as Jacqueline slaps a piece of wood with her elbow. And now, round of applause for Jacqueline. Come on, give that some love. Okay, it's still, you have to use a different body part now, but you've only got 10 seconds to do it. So you can use your other elbow. Yes, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, dear. Beautiful people, a round of applause for the wonderful Connor and Fred. And Jacqueline and her doppelganger. What a fantastic game. Well, we did want the underdog to win. We did think that the person who hadn't won anything. But beautiful people, Sunday Papers, as Danny told us at the beginning, life is not like that. People on the top stay on the top. Ballers are ballers. The 1% get richer and richer. Jacqueline, who's already won an award, wins something else again. Let's give her a massive round of applause. But also a round of applause for the people's favorite, Fred and Connor. Such showmanship. Okay, we're going to move this Jenga here, and wonderful people, in just a few moments' time, we're going to have the fantastic Tom Baldwin. So do take your seats, and we'll be beginning that in just a few minutes.
Let's do a honeysuckle rose. Honeysuckle rose. You want to play it in F? I want, two, I want, two, I want, two, do.
Every honeybee filled with jealousy when they see you out with me. I don't blame them, goodness no. Talking about honeysuckle rose. When you're passing by, flowers droop inside, and I know the reason why. You're much sweeter, goodness no. Talking about honeysuckle rose. Don't buy sugar, you just have to touch my cup. You're my sugar, so sweet when you stir it up, or when I take a sip from your sister lips. Honey, fairly drips. Your confection, goodness no. Talking about honeysuckle rose.
Yes. Yeah, a round of applause for our house band.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, wonderful people, we are delighted to get into our next section of Sunday Papers Live, British politics. As you, I'm surely aware, we may well have a change of Prime Minister this year. Keir Starmer is much talked about. And we're delighted to say that we're going to have someone who can give us some insight to the man himself. Tom Baldwin has been Director of Communications for the Labour Party, an insider in Washington and London for a good period of time, and has had exclusive, well, privileged access to Keir Starmer himself. Would I say that's right, Tom? Please give a very warm welcome, Sunday Papers Live welcome. A round of applause, starting over here, to the wonderful Tom Baldwin.
Hello, everyone. This is my first time here, possibly my last. I'm sort of seeking to fulfill my brief of, it says Sunday Papers. So I thought I'd actually start off by talking a little bit about the Sunday Papers. Because they're not great reading if you are the current inhabitant of number 10 Downing Street. There's lots of talk of Penny Mordaunt being brought in as the 4th Tory leader in this parliament. A papal enclave, apparently, to pick a new leader, says her son. Sunday Telegraph says she's a stalking horse for a right-wing candidate. Mordaunt's allies are saying she's being smeared as a plotter to damage her chances after defeat when she does want to stand. The Mail on Sunday says bombshell private polling shows the Conservatives are heading for the worst loss in the party's history, with Labour winning a majority of nearly 250 seats. The Sunday Express says Farage is returning to lead the Reform Party amid suggestions that they could replace the Tories as the main party of opposition after the election. And that's the usually reliable Tory press. And the reason for all this heat isn't just polling. It's because this week we've seen another of those big, grandiose strategies designed to bring about a Conservative fight back fall apart at the seams. Because this was meant to be extremism week. It had all been set up a fortnight ago when Sunak made sort of a weird statement on the steps of Downing Street, his first such moment. And everyone got excited. Was he going to announce an election? What he did is he talked about this existential threat to democracy. How we must confront extremism and threats to democracy wherever we see them. How MPs were being threatened, even in their own homes. And the plan was this: you were going to find a new wedge issue, highlight Labour's problems with anti-Semitism, publish a dossier on Keir Starmer's role as a human rights lawyer defending someone like Hizb ut-Tahrir or someone like that. Then ramp up the culture war issues, trans, which is being exploited by both sides of the debate. And then having doubled the spender limit for the next election, they were going to flood Facebook and Instagram with thousands of ads, millions of ads. It was all about distracting and dividing. And the next stage of this strategy was going to be this week when Michael Gove published the new definition of extremism, which was supposed to be edgy enough for Labour to find something to object to or to reopen Labour's divisions on Gaza. It wasn't about uniting this country in defense of liberal democracy, but about finding a wedge issue. It was low politics posing as high politics. And then on Monday, we saw The Guardian publish remarks allegedly made by Frank Hester, someone who's given £10 million, maybe £15 million, to the Conservative Party to pay for all that advertising they plan to do in the election. And he said this about Diane Abbott, Britain's first black woman MP. He said this: "You just want to hate all black women because she is there. She should be shot." We had the spectacle over the next few days of the Prime Minister and other ministers initially insisting it wasn't really racist. A Prime Minister who 2 weeks ago had said we should confront racism and intolerance wherever we find it. What he said was that because Hester had said sorry for being rude, that was all right. Tory ministers said they would take more money from the same man. So this was a week we were meant to get clarity and dividing lines. We established one thing, as Andrew Rawnsley says in The Observer today: everyone knows that Prime Minister's principles have a price point. He's for confronting racism wherever he sees it unless there's money involved. But that story, which was probably given to The Guardian by Labour, has also caused difficulty for Keir Starmer. Because Abbott has been suspended by the Labour Party for almost a year because of a letter she sent to The Observer saying anti-Semitism wasn't really racism. She apologised for that, but she still hasn't had the whip restored. And the truth is, I don't know if she should now. I'm not sure. I sometimes worry that Labour's disciplinary process or the tests they put in for selections are too crude a tool to reshape a political party. But just because Hester said something utterly disgusting about her doesn't mean all disciplinary processes should be thrown up in the air, that every sin should be forgiven. She's a complicated case. Politics and politicians are complicated. They don't fit the clean, straight lines and clever strategies which people in politics insist upon. And the challenges facing this country and the solutions we might offer are complicated too. All of which brings me back to Keir Starmer. Now, lots of people in this room will have disagreements with him on this or that issue. I do too. But what my book does, and I hope if anybody wants to buy it, they can do so. There's Jess at the back who will wave now. Jess, wave. She has copies of my book for sale. What my book tries to do, I hope, is describe someone who's not a typical politician. And as such, I think there's a sort of bigger, it sort of tries to answer a bigger paradox, which we're always being told in this country that we hate politicians, and yet everyone in politics I know sort of wrings their hands and bewails the fact that he's not more of a politician. He is messy. His story is messy. He's not personally messy, he's quite tidy, but his story is messy. It's nuanced, like most people are, and like most politicians are not usually allowed to be. The difference, I think, is that he has stubbornly, instinctively resisted and defied definition. And that's made it harder for him in some ways to be a leader, but I think it explains some of the success he's had as one. The problem we've had so often in recent years, with those three-word slogans, take back control, get Brexit done, crush the saboteurs, whatever you want, they're not really serving us well. And I don't think politics should be made to fit these clean dividing lines. It's not really what this country's like. And Starmer's backstory has loose ends that he hasn't always wanted to discuss, and to the extent they've been laid bare in the book I've just written, is a result of a process that I promise you has been more like pulling teeth than flashing the shiny white ones we usually associate with politicians. Starmer doesn't like the word vision. And ordinary people don't have visions. I mean, if I heard someone outside in the street saying, I've just had a vision, I'd direct them to UCH rather than to Downing Street. He doesn't think the ambition that Labour has for government can be summed up in three-word slogans. And the policies that he will pursue, if he's given the chance, won't always be headline-grabbing, spectacular, or even easily understood. Now, I don't pretend to understand everything or know everything about it. A lot of his story remains out of sight, and much of it, especially if he becomes PM, has not yet happened. But if you do go and see Jess at the end and buy this book, I think you'll have got the most authoritative version of him that you're going to get for a while. And what most people who've read it have said to me is that what they thought they knew about him, that he's predictable and dull and boring, isn't really true. Now, we start with his childhood, which is often summed up with that line, my dad was a toolmaker, my mum was a nurse, and people's eyes roll back when he says that. But the reality behind that line is this really tightly bound environment, an austere, scary father who couldn't tell his son he was proud of him. His dad's rigidity and resentment in the story about class in the 70s. Being a toolmaker meant something if you lived in Bolton or Burnley. It didn't mean anything in Surrey, it just meant you worked in a factory. There was a sick mother in terrible, increasing pain from a horrible disease that made her joints swell and her immunity system attack itself. A brother with special educational needs, so that he was dismissed and picked upon. 2 sisters that never matched Keir Starmer's achievements, and he left behind as he went off to grammar school, then university. Endless dogs, donkeys, no TV, just 3 bedrooms. There wasn't much room for him to learn to emote. Explains why he doesn't do it easily now. It explains his relentlessness, his desire to get on and get out. It explains why he's the first Labour leader in a generation to talk about class and snobbery, and why he has a central mission now to break down these barriers of opportunity to shatter the class ceiling. And my book talks about other influences too. Football, that's genuine. Lots of politicians put it on. One of Starmer's friends tells me that if he wants to look normal, he probably needs to tone the football side down because it's quite obsessive. He has proper friends, old friends, a deep circle of them. He has the pub. I've seen lots of politicians in pubs, and they usually go behind the bar and pull a pint badly for the cameras. Starmer blends in with other middle-aged men into the background better than any politician I've seen, including Nigel Farage. Family, a sense of place. His wallet has these words: "Take me home to Kentish Town and Boston it." Now, he needs these things more than most politicians because they anchor him. Because unlike most politicians, I don't think he has a rigid ideology. He has values which, like most people's values, aren't easily codified and structured. He changes his mind, like people do. Like common law is iterative, although roads we have in this country bend around hillsides to fit into the folds of the landscape. He bends and swerves. He doesn't have straight lines, but he generally gets there in the end. And there's another column in the Sunday Times today by Matthew Said suggesting that the appeal of Lee Anderson and George Galloway is because this country is lurching further and faster into the far left or the far right, Islamicists, angry white voters, culture wars. I'm not sure if that's correct. I don't think it explains why this rather unideological Labour Party now has a 20-point lead, while an increasingly angry, ideological Tory party seems to have lost the plot. But that lead is still a mystery to lots of people here and elsewhere. Where's the charisma? What does he really stand for? Where's the inspiration? Part of the problem for him, I think, is that he had another career before he entered Parliament, a long career, 30 years as a lawyer. And you don't win cases on the basis of charisma. You win them on points of fact and evidence. He never won a case on the basis that he lived in a Pebble Dash semi and his dad was a toolmaker. He doesn't like having to do these things. It's not how he's learnt to be himself. And I think he struggled sometimes in politics. He doesn't have some of the skills you would associate with a successful leader. Doesn't always get credit enough for improving, because he learns and he's relentless. But it's painful for him. He doesn't like politics. He doesn't like factions. He doesn't like transactional deals. He doesn't go to the Commons bar. He doesn't usually even have politicians or advisors back to his house. Angela Rayner, his deputy, says he's the least political person she knows in politics, which is quite an odd thing if you're leader of the Labour Party. And that can be a weakness. A lot of politics is about building alliances. It can be a strength, though, because not only does it keep him rooted in the ordinary and the everyday, it means he can move faster, unburdened by obligation and baggage. And that's another difference which I think is underestimated about him. He is breathtakingly ruthless. He does what he has to do. And there's quite a lot of opponents who have underestimated him in that respect, and a lot of them are now ex-politicians. I don't think he has Starmer rights. I don't think there's anything such as a Starmerism. I was trying to push him on this, one of the last meetings we had before the book was published. And I was waiting outside his house, and this huge convoy of vehicles turns up, police security vehicles, and sort of woman walking her dogs rather startled. And he gets in, and the house is freezing because the boiler's broken and making a weird noise. And it's to get the plumber. The interview's constantly interrupted by making tea for the plumber. Then his kids come home. And then he's just talking about Middle East peace process, and his cat gets in a fight outside in the garden and comes and sorts it out, and he comes up bleeding from one hand. And I'm saying, isn't really Starmerism some new relationship between the state and citizens and private sector? You know, because that is a difference. And he says, oh, I don't know. And then he goes into an anecdote involving a conversation he had with Gordon Brown about how business had changed since the financial crisis. And then his friend Colin, he was going to meet in the pub that night, who works for Procter & Gamble, knows a lot about business, says this too. And then he talks about Arsenal's community programme and how it does lots of work in the community. I thought that was very Starmer-ish, explaining this new relationship with the state through a former prime minister, his mate down the pub, and his football team. But he said, look, I don't care if there's a Starmerism, I just want to get things done. At which point his wife, who's arrived, says, if you really want to get things done, you can start by ordering a takeaway because there's no food in the fridge. And that extraordinary ordinariness, I think, sets him apart from a lot of the politics we've had in recent years. Watching him is like, you stand back, it's like he takes 2 steps forward, 1 sideways, 1 back, 2 sideways, another step forward. You can think, what the fuck is he doing? What he's doing is he's crossing a minefield. And our politics has been hardwired so long for the great grand gesture, charging across the minefield, waving a flag and a sword. And then we report how they're blown to smithereens. That's the best way to cross a minefield. And it doesn't always look elegant, it doesn't look heroic, it doesn't look inspiring, but it gets you there in the end. And I think somehow in an appreciation of nuance and complexity, which aren't just about straight lines, there is a potential to find pockets of space to establish a new consensus. And I'm not some sort of fanboy. I know he's not perfect. He's not a perfect politician. I don't agree with him on everything, least of all Europe. And there's so much that can go wrong. External factors, internal factors, the economy, the £19 billion of spending cuts the government have programmed into the economy for the next 2 years. But the same people who said that when he became Labour leader, he had no chance of winning the next election, absolutely zero, 10-year, 15-year project, are often the same people writing columns in Sunday papers now who say he's got no chance of bringing change if he becomes Prime Minister. And maybe we should all show a little bit more humility because he's changed Labour Party at a rate of knots while being seen as dull and reassuring. And that may be some sort of superpower. We'll see.
Okay, great. Do we have any questions? Please stick your hands in the questions. Yes, the person over there.
Thank you. I'm curious what type of statesman you think he might be, and in particular with a second Trump administration.
Look, that is, Donald Rumsfeld once talked about known unknowns and unknown unknowns. And Trump 2.0 is a known unknown. And if you're looking at something that's going to dramatically change the landscape of our politics as much as America's, it's the prospect of a Trump 2.0 presidency. I mean, if you're thinking about when the election might be held, it could be held even as the US presidential election is being fought. And I don't know how that'll play out. It's one of the reasons why I'm not 100% certain we're going to, Labour's going to get an election victory. In terms of how he would work, foreign policy, he does have probably more foreign policy experience than most leaders of the opposition. He worked with governments when he was fighting the death penalty as a human rights lawyer. When he was Director of Public Prosecutions, he represented Britain in European meetings, and he went to meet Eric Holder in America. As Shadow Brexit Secretary, he negotiated with European governments. So he probably knows more about foreign policy than most leaders of the opposition, including Tony Blair when he took over. He is slightly focused around the Commonwealth, Europe, America, rather than the other traditional Labour Party of developmental economies, Sandinista, the sort of South American, and indeed Palestinian causes. And I think after he slipped up that interview with LBC, it was because he didn't know enough about the Middle East peace process. But I always think it's not just the mistakes you make, but how you seek to correct them. And he has caught up. He's had endless meetings with Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor in the White House. He's flown to Emir for meetings, to Qatar for meetings with the Emir there. He's had meetings with the King of Jordan. And so it's not just the mistakes you made, it's what you do to fix them is what is the test, I think, for a statesman.
What kind of sense do you get of where he'll sit in domestic policy? How Blairite do you think he might be? Is he a invest and reform type person, or is he a double down on the state? Where do you think he might sit in that spectrum of previous Labour leaders and the direction of domestic policy?
As I've sort of tried to say, I don't think it's easy to sort of pin him down ideologically. He has values which bend and shift according to facts and circumstances. I think he genuinely wants to have a conversation about class, which is interesting. I think left to different economic circumstances, he would want to invest heavily. He can't. He knows he can't. And so that's what his 5 missions are about in a way. They're not really retail politics, but they're a sorting mechanism, a prioritization program. Because in government, you're going to get thousands and thousands of decisions, and you could easily lapse into some form of technocracy, and you lose your way. So the missions are about prioritizing 5 things: clean energy, stronger growth, safer streets, and NHS fit for the future, and breaking down barriers to opportunity. And if they're not mission critical, he won't be interested. And so the test will be whether he's got somewhere in a first term towards achieving those missions. Some of them are impossible. How do you get the fastest growth in the G7? You can't control that, unless you bomb Germany or something, I don't know. Right? But it's about striving, getting further than you would have done if you don't have that mission. The last Labour government had this mission to abolish child poverty. You can never abolish child poverty, but they took 500,000 kids out of poverty, and they got credit for doing so.
Thank you. We have a question in the corner.
Hello, can you hear me? I wanted to ask, given the challenges that Keir Starmer is likely to face if he wins the next election, and the sort of savageness of the British media to politicians these days, and the kind of history that we've had of infighting in the Tory party, which is obviously a totally different party and behaves differently, what are Keir Starmer's chances of fighting the next election still as leader of the Labour Party? And will he face some of the similar infighting because of the pressure and the pace of politics nowadays?
That's a very good question, because I can't answer it. Look, there's almost a battle of wills going on in that I think he does want to be a different kind of leader and do politics in a slightly different way. He dislikes that grandiosity and big radical vision programs which just have failed, and that's part of the disillusionment people have had. But the media is so set in expecting certain things, and the circumstances he's going to inherit if he wins are so tough. I'm not sure, they may just overwhelm him. But he is stubborn. He's not going to get sucked into it. We saw Sunak when he took over. He was almost contesting the same territory, competence and decency. And he got sucked into the marshlands, the wild badlands of the Tory party fringes because he couldn't resist his own party. Starmer's argument is that he's changed his party, therefore he can look outwards to the British people again. And that's the difference between him and Sunak.
Thank you, Tom. What other questions do we have in the room? We've got one there, and was there one down here as well? Okay, we're just going to go to this one for purposes of logistics and geography, and then we'll go over there.
He's been annoyingly reticent to talk about what a disaster Brexit has been, and I've heard people postulate that maybe he's just waiting till after the election to come out and speak more about it. You said you disagree with him on Europe. I'm just wondering, can you talk about Europe?
Well, look, I helped run the People's Vote campaign, which was big news at the time, but everyone's forgotten about it now. But we had sort of 3 or 4 of the biggest marches London's ever seen. And this is the first time I really met Keir Starmer, and I persuaded him slightly against his will to back that second referendum. And then as soon as the 2019 referendum, the election was over, he was off. I mean, I was stuck on Romaniac Island, and he was off like, no, it's all over now. We've now got to talk about other things. The truth is, I think that he's not going to do some big, bold move on Europe. It's not going to be single market, customs union. There will be incremental steps towards closer alignment, things that make sense, which the Tory party can't do, things which are obviously in the national interest, which the Tory party won't do, and he would be able to take those. But again, just think about external factors. If Trump wins, Europe could be left fighting a war against Russia on its own without America. In those circumstances, the plan that Labour is setting out now for a European-wide security pact is going to matter enormously, probably matter more than the single market. It's about Europe's sort of existence. And as such, the way this debate can shift, it's not just like a debate taking place in this country on its own. Europe itself has quite strong views about whether we should be allowed to renegotiate the awful deal that Boris Johnson made. Right? So it's kind of, sometimes we think about the European debate as it's just something between us. It's not. It's a negotiation with Europe in circumstances which are shifting and changing as we speak.
Thank you. And we had a question over here. I'm going to stand over a roast dinner, over some coffee, and to you.
Thank you. It's interesting you brought up Keir Starmer's ruthlessness, and of course, during his time as Department of Public Prosecutions, he led sort of effectively spearheaded the prosecutions of the likes of Greville Janner, Leon Britton, really persecuted, men that turned out to be completely innocent. I wondered, do you think that he's learned from those mistakes, and do you think he's sorry for them?
There's a minor factual inaccuracy there in that the prosecutions of people like Leon Britton happened after he was, or the proposed prosecutions of Leon Britton happened after he was Director of Public Prosecutions. And it was in response to new guidelines which he laid out post-Savile, which is the other story which pops up all the time on the internet, paid for by third parties. And that's because he said, look, we need to stop looking for perfect victims of rape and sexual abuse and take them seriously on their merits. After he left the CPS, by his account, there was an oversteering in the way the police behaved. And in some cases, that meant always believing the victims, no matter what. Alleged victims. He would argue that those injustices, and there were injustices, were an oversteering from the guidelines he laid down. But we also shouldn't lose sight of the fact that there was a major injustice before when too often people weren't believed. And getting that balance right is not a small task. He thinks he was getting the balance right when he was at DPP, and he corrected the system to do so and challenged the system to do so. He thinks subsequently it got a bit unbalanced again. But, I think it's quite a hard job to try and pin the proposed prosecution of Leon Britton on him because he wasn't there.
Okay, any other questions in the room? One at the back. I promised the person down here, and then I'll come to you at the back.
How much of you know, Labour's recent polling success you think is down to Keir Starmer, and how much is just Conservative Party, you know, self-destructing and going up in flames? So personally, I don't want the guy at the pub being the next Prime Minister. I want someone with a vision. I want someone, ideally, whose morals are not
So I didn't just
bendable.
say again a bit louder, that last bit.
Oh, sorry. I said how much of the polling
I also heard the first bit, yeah.
is him, and how much is just Tory party self-destructing? Because personally, I don't want the guy at the pub to be the Prime Minister, and ideally I want someone whose values aren't bendable, but I'm still going to vote Labour given the choice I have. So how much of it do you think is that he's a blank slate and people can project, and how much is it, really believing in the Labour Party?
In terms of bendability, I'm not sure I do actually want a Prime Minister who, if he says something 4 years ago and then you have COVID and Ukraine and Liz Truss, you say everything's exactly the same and we've still got the same amount of money to spend. We don't. And you do have to change with circumstances. It seems to be illogical, and no person in a normal life wouldn't bend and change when circumstances are changed as much as that. In terms of how much of Labour's polling success is down to him, well, look, 4.5 years I worked for Ed Miliband as Labour leader, as his director of communications. And I love Ed, and I think Ed's a fantastic person in politics for the right reasons. But I think Ed himself would accept that if he was leader now, Labour wouldn't be 20 points in the lead. Because, Ed wanted a kind of radicalism which the Tories would have portrayed as a different form of scary, parts of the press would have portrayed as a different form of scary. And I think to de-scarify the Labour Party from where it was in 2019, led by Jeremy Corbyn, who frankly terrified a lot of the voters that Labour Party needed to win, to the point where it is seen as stable and reassuring and not a risk either to our national security or our national finances, is an achievement which he should take some credit for. So I don't think it's just down to he's a lucky general. When I first started writing this book, the conventional wisdom was that he could never beat Boris Johnson because he was so charismatic and popular and funny. Well, where is he now?
Thank you. Question at the back.
Hi. Given the Tories' horrendous track record on climate policies, I think Labour has a big chance, to really kind of make a difference. And obviously, Starmer announced that Green Prosperity Plan and then decided to axe the 28 billion or million, whatever it was. I'm just wondering what you think about his approach to tackling climate change and why. I mean, you mentioned green energy, but I'm not sure if he's taking it seriously enough.
It's a fair question. When the £28 billion spending plan was announced in 2021 by Rachel Reeves, I thought it was puzzling at the time, because £28 billion isn't a policy, it's a number. All you're saying with 28 billion is we're going to spend a lot of money and we're going to borrow a lot of money, which in political terms is like painting a gigantic 28 billion pound sized target on your back. People weren't talking about what Labour's Green Prosperity Plan was. All they were saying in interview after interview is, where are you going to get the money from? What, your 28 billion? Is it going to be 28 billion? Is it going to be 22 billion? When are you going to spend it? Have you actually got the projects ready to go? So I'm pretty certain it was bad politics. And the Tories were ramping it up at every opportunity. I'm not an economist, and I won't claim to be. What people say is there is a huge pent-up desire on the part of the private sector to invest in green energy, which they have not been able to do because there's no certainty or clarity or even basic kind of stability or common sense at the moment from the government on this issue. And a lot of that 28 billion and more can come on tap from private sector investment. I don't know whether that's the case, that's what people say. I hope it is the case. I do know, having spoken to him a lot about this, this is an issue that runs quite deep in him. He's always talked about green issues. The first time he was ever interested in politics, he was talking about green issues. He's good friends with Ed Miliband. And, you know, whether they can do it largely through private sector investment, he's still got that mission of clean energy by 2030, and he's not resigning from that. So let's wait and see. But, you know, I think, you know, you can be too pessimistic simply because that number isn't there to think that the policy and the program isn't there, because you know, they would claim it's still there.
Okay, one very short question, please. Could you just pass the mic and then bring it back to me?
Thanks. Do you think he can win back the red wall?
Sorry, just so yeah.
Do you think he can win back the red wall?
So my coughing fit is not embarrassment, it is generally water went down the wrong way. Yes. I think sometimes the elections, there's always a myth established after election. And the myth established after 29 is that, you know, millions of former coal miners voted en masse for Boris Johnson because they hated immigration and loved Brexit. I mean, it's just not true. Boris Johnson got 300,000 more votes than Theresa May did when she was humiliated in 2017, largely, and won a majority because the opposition was more divided. I think Labour have taken steps to win back some of those former coal miners, etc., but it's a relatively small, distinct group in a distinct area. The bigger question now is whether he can win back more than the red wall and win the sort of target seats we had in 2015 when I was working for Ed Miliband, and even win some of the so-called blue wall in places like Surrey and so on. I think they can. I'm not saying they will. I think the idea of a 250-seat majority is for the birds. Even to get a majority of one, Keir Starmer needs to get a bigger swing than Tony Blair got in 1997. And the fact he's flipped a 20-point deficit to a 20-point lead is because the electorate is volatile. That also means that lead can disappear as fast as it arrived. So I think he can win back the red wall. I think he can win back more. I think he can win relatively big, maybe a 50, 60-seat majority, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Thank you, Tom. Before we go, I wondered if you could just very quickly go into what you think those pitfalls might be for Labour. I mean, you said a few times you're not 100% they're going to win the election. You wouldn't bet on them winning the red wall. What are the kind of the traps, the dangers coming up?
One of them I've already mentioned is Donald Trump. I think, you know, Donald Trump is this catalyst that can change politics wherever he is. You know, like in a way, that sort of potassium catches fire and when it touches water is destructive and foul and poisonous, but he can change things. And I think it's an unknown factor, exactly what impact it will have on a general election. I also think one thing is absolutely certain, that there will be a major Labour wobble in the course of the campaign, because the media are fed up of writing it's inevitable Labour are going to win. The Conservative Party want to change the narrative, and so do some parts of the Labour Party, who feel much happier in opposition than they do in government. They never want the responsibility of government. And I don't know what that wobble will be. You could come up with 10 different stories. But I'm slightly worried when I see them at the moment, because I've seen recently a few problems become crises. And I do think they should be rehearsing and wargaming for that wobble, because it's coming.
Thank you so much, Tom. And just to ask an unfair question at the end, if you could, in just a few sentences before we go, people should definitely buy your book because it's insightful and brilliant, but how could you distill Keir Starmer, if it's possible, into just a few sentences?
It's a great book with a very boring title. The title is The Biography, because I went through 100 different titles that we could have had, and you can't distill Keir Starmer into a one word or even one sentence. That's the point. He's complicated. There are levels, there are nuances, there are ambiguities, and that's what makes him actually rather more interesting than people think, because he's more like you than most politicians.
Thank you so much, Tom Baldwin. Tom's book and other delicious treats are available at the back of the room. Jess is waving, so please do go have a look and inquire over there. The walk is happening at 3:25. Mark, where is the walk happening? out the front door. If you're here for the walk, at the front door. So if you do want to go on the walk, it's a wonderful walking tour. Matthew Beaumont is here. He's the handsome man who may well be saying a few words before. I'm just going to check on that, but just to remind you that there are massages at the back, drinks and books at the front, and potentially, Matthew.
One, two, one.
Yes, people, the walk is out the front, 325. Massages at the back.
When weather will call, and even it's night, I hurry to my blue heaven. You turn to the right, see a little white light, it leads you to my blue heaven. Her smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room, that little nest that nestles where the roses grew, just Molly and me, and baby makes three. Oh, we're happy in my blue heaven. turn to the right, see a little white light. It leads you to my blue heaven. A smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room. That little nest and nestles where the roses grew. Just Molly and me, and baby make three. We're happy in mind. We're happy in mind. We're happy in mind. Heaven.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, beautiful people, please welcome back to the stage, me. Thank you to those two. I appreciate the love, and everyone else. I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon. The sun is out, the jazz is playing. We've been getting deep into current affairs. I'm delighted to say we're going to move to an environment section next. We have the captain of Sea Shepherd, which is a marine conservation vessel. Captain Alex, who is being interviewed by Raf, who is a medic aboard one of the ships in 2020. So could you give them could you please give them both a very warm round of applause?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alex.
Araf.
Lovely to meet you properly. I think there are some people here who will know what Sea Shepherd Global is, but there might be many who don't. What is the Sea Shepherd?
Yeah, so Sea Shepherd is a marine conservation group. Some of you might have seen Whale Wars or Seaspiracy, which touches on two of the periods that we've had in the organization. We've been around for 47 years, and we protect wildlife, and we do that in a number of ways.
And what are some of those ways?
I figured that would be the next question. Yeah, so when we first started, we were a very small organization. We had one ship. We became bigger when we did the TV series Whale Wars, which was on Discovery. I'm not a big fan of the series myself because it's a docudrama series, so they always wanted action and they wanted emotion. And they wanted us crying when a whale was being killed, but a lot of our crew is very dedicated and very passionate about what they do, and they're just focused on the work. So they didn't really like us as a TV series. They preferred to do the show Deadliest Catch, which some of you might have seen, because the fishermen would always fight amongst each other, and yeah, there was no fighting on our ships. So we did that series for, I think, about 8 years. I myself went down to the Antarctic five times. We saved in total during 11 campaigns 6,000 whales, which was fantastic, of course. And it ended in Australia calling the Japanese government before the International Court of Justice in The Hague. And they won the case, and that ended Japanese whaling in the Antarctic. And when I spoke, I was at the court case in The Hague when it happened. And when I spoke to one of the lawyers that represented Australia, after he won the case, he came to us and he said, we wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for Sea Shepherd. So thank you very much for, for bringing us here and stopping it. And then in recent years, actually, one of the years that we expected the Japanese whaling fleet to go down to the Antarctic, we had our ships ready to go. Everything... I hope that's not the police coming to pick me up. We had our ship ready to go, and then it turned out that they weren't going down south that year. So we came up with this plan to do something else. One of the captains, Captain Peter Hammerstedt, came up to me and he said, what if we go after the Patagonian toothfish poachers that are down there? This was an industry of 6 vessels that were fishing illegally for Patagonian toothfish, also known as Chilean sea bass, which is a high sought-out fish in restaurants in the world. And we had this plan to actually find one of these vessels and follow them as long as it took to actually bring him to justice. Pretty wild plan, and we didn't know what to expect. And that vessel, the first vessel we encountered was a vessel called the Thunder, which was the kingpin of the the illegal toothfishing industry. This vessel had been fishing for a couple of decades, had fished toothfish for in the tens of millions of dollars, illegally caught, and every single time that law enforcement would get on their tail, they would change the name, they would change their registry, they would paint their ship, and they would elude justice every single time. So we decided to just simply watch them and keep reporting their location to law enforcement. So first we found them. Our other vessel started pulling in the illegal fishing gear to gather the evidence, and so they took us into the ice to try to shake us. Now, we followed them through the ice. Then they took us into a storm and tried to shake us. Not very comfortable, but we kept following them. Then we ended a period that we called the long wait, and they just sat us out and waited to see if we would basically give up the chase, and we didn't. This ended to be the longest maritime chase in history. We followed the vessel for 110 days until the owner and the captain became so desperate that they sank their own vessel. And while the ship was sinking and the crew was being disembarking from the ship, our crew went on board the ship, We documented how they prepped the ship for sinking. They opened the hatches, they opened the doors, the water was coming in. We confiscated computers and hard drives and cell phones and charts, and basically, and a toothfish as evidence, and we handed it over to the authorities. So when the ship sank, we presented that to the authorities in Sao Tome, where the ship sank, and the captain was arrested, the chief engineer was arrested, and they actually ended up in jail. So, yeah, perseverance got us to that success. But it was very interesting because we have some copies of the book Chasing the Thunder in the back. I only brought 3, so apologies, but you can get them online.
Don't all get up at once.
So the first come, first buy. It's a very interesting book. 6 months later, after this vessel sank, our captain, Peter Hammerstedt, got a call from the insurance company, from a insurance company, asking him if he had heard of a vessel called the Thunder. So obviously our captain could tell him a big story about the Thunder, and it turned out that the owner of the vessel, who we didn't know, was a guy from Galicia, Spain, and he put out an insurance claim for the loss of his vessel and the loss of the toothfish that he caught illegally. Now obviously that insurance money was never paid, but it shows the audacity of these illegal fishing vessels. They would just simply say, oh yeah, just give me the money because I lost my vessel. And this happens a lot with fishing vessels, unfortunately. They're being sunk intentionally when it becomes economically too expensive to maintain them. But this vessel was the reason why we ended up in Africa, and that's where we're focusing now all our work.
I was going to ask a little bit about that. I think the Chasing of the Thunder and that 110-day kind of chase formed the first kind of inklings of Sea Shepherd Global's involvement with the West African countries and law enforcement as a priority rather than kind of the vigilante movements that we might have seen decades ago. So what are we doing these days? Where has Sea Shepherd come to, and what do we do these days?
Yeah, what we came to realize is when we want to attack illegal fishing, and that's what we do, we go after illegal fishing. If we want to stop poaching, then we have to look at the areas where the fish are. And most of those areas are in the waters of some country. Near the continental shelves are where the fish are. So we can go and do campaigns on the high seas, but there's not that much fish around, and therefore not that many illegal fishing vessels.
One thing it might be useful to tell our audience is the idea of illegal fishing. When I came on board one of the vessels, I didn't quite understand what that meant. And maybe you could elaborate a bit about what illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing actually means.
Yeah, it's a pretty broad term, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. It can be a poacher that is fishing illegally where it shouldn't be fishing, but it could also be a fishing vessel that has a license to fish, but is catching more fish than he's allowed to. Or it could also be a vessel that is targeting species that they shouldn't be targeting. I'll give a few examples. About 4 years ago, we caught a vessel in Liberian waters. And let me first explain how these partnerships work. So we have signed agreements with 8 African nations where we basically have a sea rider agreement. We offer our vessel, we pay for everything, we provide a crew, and we invite law enforcement agencies from that country on board our ship. So that could be Coast Guard, Navy, fishery inspectors, park rangers, all of those. We invite them on board our ship, and we bring them out into their economic zone looking for poaching activity. And these are countries that have the political will to do something about illegal fishing, but often lack the vessel resources. Countries like Liberia, Gabon, Sao Tome, Gambia. And to give an example, one of the vessels that we caught about a little more than 4 years ago was a vessel called the Labiko 2. Now, the Labiko 2 had a license to fish for tuna in Liberian waters using long lines. So every time that you would see the vessel on radar or on AIS, you would say, oh, this vessel has a license to be here, so everything's fine. Upon inspection of the vessel, it turned out that they weren't fishing for tuna, and they weren't using long lines. They were using deep-sea gill nets, and they were fishing for sharks. And on board that vessel was a hidden shark liver oil factory. Now, you know, of course, about the shark liver oil health capsules that you get. It comes from vessels like this. We could determine from the catch documents that we found on board, from the amount of shark liver oil they would offload after each fishing trip, that this vessel was killing approximately 500,000 sharks every single year. Now, try to picture that number. It's such a big number, 500,000. If you look at the global catch of sharks worldwide, every year it's between 73 and 274 million. The numbers range. And there's this one vessel that was catching 500,000 sharks every year. That vessel has been arrested, hasn't fished since we arrested it, which is more than 4 years now. So effectively, that one vessel, more than 2 million sharks saved.
I think the scale of global fishing is something that I hadn't quite appreciated until going on board and visually seeing the size of the catches, just one catch at a time, and the many tons of fish that have arrived on a deck. If that's going on year, catch on catch, the numbers are just astounding.
Yeah, it's tens of thousands of vessels fishing every day. So, you look at the amount of long lines that are being put out every year and the amount of animals that are being caught. And then, of course, there's the bycatch. 2 years ago, a vessel was inspected in Gabon, a shrimp trawler, had a license to fish for shrimp. So when we inspected the vessel on board, it turned out that 0.2% of the catch was shrimp. 0.2%.
I think this was my campaign.
Yeah, you were on board that campaign. So 99.8% bycatch, which is discarded overboard. So for one shrimp cocktail, thousands of animals were being killed and washed back into the ocean. So the waste is phenomenal.
And when I thought about the idea of, we kind of normalized the idea of fishing, that ships can go out in the ocean and take huge amounts of ocean wildlife. And if that was on land, that would not be something that we would even think was okay.
No,
we would and we would call them poachers, wouldn't we?
We would be protesting immediately. But also, if you see the amount of suffering that is inflicted upon marine wildlife, it's insane. I mean, if something like that, what we're experiencing at sea, if that would happen on land with land animals, the way that animals are being scooped from the ocean, crushed to death, suffocated, if we would do that to land animals, we would never accept it. But for some reason, it's perfectly fine with fisheries. And the way we talk about fisheries, we objectify fish. We talk about the catch in metric tons. We don't talk about individual animals. We talk about harvest, like it's corn. We're talking about stocks. We're talking about seafood. We don't talk about sea life. It's actually a term I'd like to introduce. So next time you have seafood, refer to it as sea life, because that's really what it is.
Just changing the angle a little bit, I think one thing I was thinking about before coming here today was reminiscing on my time on board. Mm-hmm. What's your experience of life on board one of these ships? Is it a light-hearted, jovial kind of thing? Is it what's your experience?
I think it's a life-changing experience, at least for me. I mean, I was lucky enough to join our ship in the Galapagos Islands, where later I became the director of campaigns for 6 years, which is an amazing place. If you ever want to go, I recommend it. I joined this ship in 2002 for a sabbatical. I wanted to be there for 1 year to break up my life. Well, I'm still there, so you know how that worked out. And I had this amazing first day. We sailed at midnight. We had bioluminescence around the ship. And in the bioluminescence, we had 2 dolphins riding the bow waves like ghost shadows. I mean, I don't know if you know bioluminescence. It's, animals that light up when motion is in the water. The combination with dolphins is quite rare.
We had these kind of shock waves of bioluminescence going out at night time, and I think a humpback whale, it was the season for them at that time in Gabon in West Africa. Yeah. Me and the officer on the bridge at about 2 a.m. were just talking about the idea that this could happen, and then a humpback whale just jumped out the water and breached about 20 meters away from us, bright green. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's seen The Life of Pi, the film. There's a bioluminescence scene in that, and it felt exactly like it was a dream, an absolute dream.
Here I thought I had a great experience, but yours tops it, actually.
And Alex, no one believed us the next morning when we told them.
Yeah. Well, my first day, let's see if you can top this. After I saw the bioluminescence, we were woken up at 7 in the morning because we encountered an illegal longline in a national park, and I jumped in the water and saved a turtle and 2 sharks from a longline.
I saved 3.
Damn it. Well, this is why life on board is so great. It's such an amazing experience. You get to meet wonderful people, people that are like-minded. We never met until today, but it's like we've known each other for a long time because we share that experience. Being on board a Sea Shepherd vessel, I think it's really an eye-opener. You get to meet people with the same passion, with the same mindset, and you get to save wildlife, which is amazing. It's such a unique experience to actually make a difference, because people always say, well, what can I do? How can I change? Well, you can do a lot of things, if you just go for it. And having that opportunity within Sea Shepherd, I think, is what makes it so special to become part of this organization.
I was just wondering, I mean, not everyone will have the privilege of being able to get on board and be part of that direct action, but what would you say to our audience who want to do something from home?
There's many ways you can get involved. Of course, you can be a land-based volunteer. You can join on the ship. You can become a donor. There's also other campaigns that we invite people to become active in. Like we just came back from the Antarctic, where we did a krill campaign. This is the second year we are doing a krill campaign against the industrial fishing of krill. A lot of people don't even know what's going on. We didn't know about it to the scale it was taking place until we read a study from Stanford University in 2022. They documented the largest concentration of fin whales since the end of industrial whaling. There were more than 1,000 fin whales in the Antarctic feeding on krill, which was an amazing sight. But in the middle of this feeding frenzy, there were 7 krill fishing vessels. They were competing with the whales for the krill. So we went there in 2023, we documented it, and what we saw was far more serious than we thought it was. So they were actually targeting the whales to catch the krill before they could feed on it. This year we went back, and again we saw it. You know, we got a lot of attention for this campaign. Last year we had the Associated Press on board, and we're trying to get CAMLA, which is the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, to actually protect the Antarctic by creating MPAs. Now, we all know 30 by 30. We got to get 30% of the ocean protected by 2030. We're nowhere near that. So why don't we start with areas that are of critical importance, like Antarctica, where the krill fishing takes place. So what we ask people for this campaign is to become active. There's 3 markets for krill. One is a health supplement, so omega-3 pills, krill enhanced. There's plant-based alternatives. They're actually cheaper than plant-based alternatives, so it puzzles me why you would even buy krill. And then there is the salmon feed. They're using the krill to feed the farmed salmon because it turns the flesh nice and pink. And then there's krill-enhanced cat and dog food that is being marketed in China. So 3 industries that are completely useless, and they are causing a massive problem for the Antarctic ecosystem. So if we allow krill fishing to continue, then we're going to see the entire the entire food web crash in the Antarctic. So what we ask people to go to your pharmacies, go to your supermarkets, and try to find these krill products and send them to us so we can then do a targeted campaign to stop this industry.
One thing friends and family have talked about with me when I've talked about the idea of supplements and looking at the labels of food is sometimes you get the sort of dolphin-friendly or fish sustainable sources and things. Yeah. What do we make of those, and where are the pitfalls in looking at those labels?
Yeah, we've been asked many times, like, wouldn't Sea Shepherd want to give like a label of Sea Shepherd approved fishery? And of course, the answer is absolutely not. We'll never do that. But also there is a risk when you're looking at labels. Recently, we arrested a vessel that had shrimp on board that had the stamp Friends of the Sea. Turned out it was an Italian-owned vessel that was shipping their catch back to Italy with the stamp Friends of the Sea. So when you see it, you think, well, it's perfectly fine. It's got the stamp, it's approved. It turned out that they didn't actually have this certification. They just bought the stickers and slapped them on. So the minute you have a certain certification that you can use, people are going to take advantage of it. And that's the risk with these certifications. I mean, if you want to be 100% sure that a fish is caught sustainably, you got to catch it yourself. That's basically it. I don't recommend doing that, by the way.
One of the things that I was just thinking about life on board, and just there's a bit of, I guess, the type of people that we see on board and the diversity on board is something that's maybe quite different from other environments and other, Navy and marine environments. What do you think drives the kind of high influx of women, people of all ethnic backgrounds, kind of gender backgrounds on board our ships? Why is everyone attracted to working with us?
I think maybe because of that, because we do allow people, we actually encourage people from all backgrounds to join us. We don't, if you look at the maritime industry in general, about 1%, 1.5% is female. If you look at our ships, we have between 30 and 35% women on board, which is higher than anywhere else on the planet. And not just people, and not just in positions like, where, she's female must be the cook, something stupid like that. No, we have female captains, we have female chief engineers, we have the most top positions on the vessels. I'm not saying, by the way, that being a cook is a bad position, because I started as a cook on board our ships.
And boy, the food is good. Maybe not, I don't know about your cooking, but
Well,
when I was on board.
I'm Dutch, so I'm not sure if you know much about Dutch cuisine, but I'm pretty sure nobody ever said, let's go to that new Dutch restaurant we found in time. So I was quickly promoted to the bridge. So I guess I became a captain because I'm Dutch, because of my bad cooking skills. But no, the food on board is phenomenal.
People think about the idea that they might lose weight when going on board and working for 3 months on a ship, but I came back significantly heavier.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's three meals a day which are cooked for you, all vegan and frickin' delicious. And there's so much of it as well.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, the most important thing on board is the food. And of course, we really take care of our crew, because you're hardworking, you're spending a lot of time outside, but sometimes nothing happens, and then the highlight of your day is food. Because, yeah, that's...
The highlight of my day is food, even if stuff does happen, but...
Yeah, I mean, I've had in the Antarctic during campaigns, you're looking for the Japanese whalers, and for weeks, nothing happens. So the highlight of your day is eating. And you do gain weight in those times, yes.
There's something to be said for the fact that actually the campaigns, you can kind of glitz them up and dress them up as much as you want, but a lot of it can be patience, waiting, perseverance.
Yep.
The Chasing of the Thunder was obviously one sort of memorable example, but even that, there would have been days of nothing.
Yeah, and with Chasing the Thunder, we had no idea how long the campaign would take. And the vessel that we were chasing the Thunder with, the Bob Barker, had a fuel capacity that was enormous. So at some point, the captain got a visit from the chief engineer, and he brought his daily fuel numbers. And because we were in the middle of the great wait, we're just using the generators. And so the chief engineer told him, like, we have enough fuel on board to stay at sea for another 2 years. So obviously the captain called the chief cook on board to the bridge and said, how much food do we have on board? Do we have enough food to be at sea for 2 years? And the chief cook said, we have enough rice and beans to survive for 2 years. So yeah, we never knew how long it was going to take. But the interesting part is when we had the opportunity to offload some of our crew to our sister vessel, the Sam Simon, in the middle of the chase. And the captain asked who wanted to leave the vessel, knowing that this could very well take years. It could take a year before this vessel would finally go to port. Only 2 people actually got off from the entire crew because they had to go back to their jobs back home. So it shows the determination of our crew on board.
I think there's a bit of a running theme of people turning up for 2 months and staying for 20 years.
Yeah, that happens, yeah. So a bit of a warning, if you do join Sea Shepherd, yeah, it's addictive. It really is.
Oh, I can't wait to get back at some point. Where are things going? Where are the next few years taking us?
Yeah, so we're going to continue the partnerships in Africa. We have 8 partnerships now. We're hoping to expand that into other countries in the region. Our newest ship, the Alan Kay, is now in Australia doing a tour, and it's going into the Pacific, where we signed an agreement with Tuvalu. And we're really hoping to expand our work like we're doing in Africa, in Tuvalu, and into the Pacific. So we're really hoping to expand and catch more poachers. But it's, we're just a small organization. We have 4 ships. Our strength is not in shutting down all these illegal fishing vessels, because even though we arrested or helped arrest 95 vessels and counting to date, there's tens of thousands on there. So our strength is to show what's happening and to actually document these cases. And by showing it with documentaries like Seaspiracy, that people actually push their governments for a change and help create MPAs. So that's really our role, I think.
Let's talk a bit about Seaspiracy. I was planning to bring it up earlier, I forgot. Where did that come from? Where did that partnership with Seaspiracy come from? And is there more in the pipeline in that regard?
Yeah, so Seaspiracy was done by Ali and Lucy Tabrizi from the UK, good friends of ours. They just started filming, and in the beginning we were actually co-producer, and then all of a sudden we got no more contact, and it turned out that Netflix took over. So we weren't too unhappy about that, because having a major documentary on a channel like Netflix has really helped. For us, for instance, our donations went up by 100% overnight. Our support base grew by 100% thanks to Seaspiracy. So every year we would like to have a documentary like Seaspiracy, just to show the people what's going on. A year later, we had a documentary called Fin by Eli Roth about the shark fin industry worldwide, but it was aired on Discovery Plus, which of course doesn't have the reach of Netflix. So it shows how important it is where you have documentaries. So we're really hoping to have a big documentary on the BBC in the next couple of years. So maybe that's the next one.
That's very exciting. Where does, we're talking about partnerships generally, I guess it's important to recognize who you want to partner with and the status, the ethical kind of moral status that they hold. What sort of things do you look for when you're thinking about partnerships, and are there any sort of exciting things planned for the future in terms of partnerships, maybe outside of the media world?
Well, the partnerships, of course, it's a model that works, that we wanted to replicate. An interesting thing, development, we're doing campaigns in the Mediterranean also with Sea Shepherd Italy. And an interesting thing happened there. We were asked to become official fishery inspectors, sanctioned by the government. So some of our staff in Italy actually did a course and is now a legally licensed fishery inspector. So we can actually go out and arrest vessels. So we're no longer just working with governments, we've actually become part of the government. So that's a really interesting development, and I really hope that we're going to go and see more of that. We do have the knowledge, we have the experience, we have the will to, and let's face it, a lot of countries are simply not incapable of addressing illegal fishing because there's other issues that they're dealing with. Like, for instance, in Italy and Greece, their Coast Guard is more occupied with the refugee crisis, logically, and therefore they don't have time to address the illegal fishing issue. And that's something that we come in, so I really hope that we can expand that.
Interestingly, when I was on board, quite a few of the crew members had some experience working with some of the refugee rescue Mediterranean organizations as well. So I think there's a bit of a crossover in terms of the activists and what people are interested in working in. So conservation of human life as well as marine life.
Yeah, I think people are passionate about what we do, and just mentioning humans. When we started doing these partnerships in Africa, we obviously are focusing on illegal fishing, but more and more did we realize that there is also the element of worker abuse, of the way that people are being treated on these vessels. And we've encountered quite a few situations where you find the officers sleeping in the air-conditioned cabins and they have sanitary facilities, and then the actual working crew, either from Asia or from Africa, are sleeping on deck in a makeshift tent. They're using a bucket as a toilet, and the conditions are absolutely horrible. In one vessel we boarded, they were sleeping above the smokestack, which is one of the hottest places on the ship. It was a place that was crawling with cockroaches. It was only about 60 centimeters high, and they were hot bunking, and in the most precise meaning of the word. Hot bunking means that you share a bunk with somebody else. You just share a bed with somebody else. There it was actual hot bunking. That's how hot the beds were. So that's another thing that we're trying to create more attention for. And then, of course, there's, when you're looking at, for instance, a country like Liberia, where, a country that's hit by 2 civil wars and Ebola, and a country that's just trying to recover from all that. And then there's these industrial fishing vessels coming in and stealing what little there's left of them. And we're seeing that by being there, by stopping illegal activity, that local fishermen who are going out in a dugout canoe, they're catching fish again, and they can feed their family, they can feed their village. So.
We've only got 5 minutes left, so I wonder if we could quickly just go to a few audience questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, sorry, otherwise I'll just keep talking.
No, it's great. It's so interesting. Stick your hand in the air if you've got a question. We think there might be a few, so brilliant. We'll go to the person right in the middle. A frequent questioner, I see.
Hi. Which organisations, supranational organisations, do you actually target to help put the pressure on? Is it things like the International Maritime Organisation, or do you go for where vessels are registered? So obviously there's sort of the political element to it. What's your route for that, for campaigning?
Yeah, so it's like International Whaling Commission, we are not welcome because of our opposition of whaling worldwide. So we're not invited to those meetings. CAMLAR, we've been asked not to join because of our history. Now, of course, we have the history that we have been very controversial. We've been, engaging in, you could say, borderline activity when going up against whaling vessels. And we're still dealing with that. So we're more comfortable in actually looking from the sideline and letting other organizations push this. And we're just the ones providing the information. So we're not often part of any, and we also like to keep our independence. You know, that's why we also don't accept money from the government partners that we're working with. You know, we just get money from donors.
Great, and we had a question over here in the corner.
You mentioned that, you know, that illegal fishing is part of lots of legal industries. Like, when we go to the supermarket or we buy these products, what kind of percentage would you say is illegally caught? Like, how prevalent is the issue in the market?
Yeah, so the estimates range from 15 to 25% of all the fish is caught illegally. But if you're looking at areas like the Gulf of Guinea, it's up to 40% of the fish that's being caught is caught illegally. But it's really just a guesstimate. I mean, because there's very little control over these fisheries. It's very difficult to determine what the actual percentage is. I think it's much higher, but of course I don't have the data to back that. But it's yeah, I would say 1 in 5, 1 in 4 fish that are being caught illegally in some way or the other. There is like it's like money laundering. Sometimes you have what's called a refrigerated cargo ship, and then 3-4 vessels would offload their catch onto this cargo vessel. And 2 of them are catching illegally, 2 of them catching legally, so half of that catch is illegal, but when that reefer goes back to port, it's cleaned, basically.
One thing I'll jump in there and say is that, yes, we find it very hard to quantify what illegal fishing is in the global scale, but we have an assumption as well that legal fishing is therefore okay, good, properly thought out, and that's not necessarily the case. Laws are not always the best laws or the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think it's we have to look at how many people are on the planet, and if you look at the ocean, I mean, fish populations are disappearing. We're fishing down the food web. Fish that we 20 years ago didn't eat are now becoming more interesting because the fish that we ate 20 years ago are pretty much gone. So
the toothfish is a good example, I think.
Yeah, like tuna is a very good example. There's not much left of it. Sharks also, you know, like a lot of the shark populations have pretty much been decimated.
Okay, I'm going to go to one final question. It is from a young person, so I think we need to do it, but we need a very quick answer, if that's okay. Yeah?
Like, where in the world is, like, most illegal fishing, like, taking place? Like, where, like, in the world is it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say Europe, because we pretty much fished it out in Europe. So I would say in the areas where the fish are. So you're looking at Africa. There's a lot of fish still around the African continent. And so anywhere near the continents where illegal fishing or fishing in general hasn't been developed as much as it has been in Europe. So there's a really good book, just to finish off. If you want to read, it's a book by Professor Callum Roberts. It's called It's called...
Thank you so much to Alex, the CEO of Sea Shepherd, and Arab.
It's called The Unnatural History of the Sea. Sorry about that.
Okay, lovely people, if you still need to collect a roast, or if you are pining for a roast, your roast journey begins upstairs. Go upstairs and cash in that sweet, sweet roast check. Just to remind you that there are relaxing massages happening at the back. Where else could you have such a stunning environment to have a quasi-religious, heavenly, but also visceral experience at the back of our church? Go get your drinks. They're over at the back, roaster upstairs, massages over there. We'll see you in about 10 minutes' time. But thank you one more time to Alex, the CEO of Sea Shepherd, interviewed by Arab.
Yeah, Bourbon Street in B flat. Yeah. Do you want to play it in? 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3.
Let's fly down or drive down to New Orleans. That city, so pretty, historic, way down yonder in New Orleans. I'll take you, oh baby, where it's you, down Bourbon Street. There are lots of hot spots. You'll see all the big shots down on Bourbon Street.
Thank you.
Ain't misbehaving as we're...
Yeah.
Ain't misbehaving.
Can I play it in?
Yeah.
E flat?
Yeah, straight in.
I want, two, I want, two, do.
Hello, Sunday Papers. Get up for the house band. We are Sun and Sons, and we are here to do your second heat of the crosswords.
It's crossword number 2.
Crossword number 2. We've got a couple of pencils. If anyone needs a pencil, put a hand up. For those of you who were here for crossword number 1, when quite embarrassingly nobody got all the answers, very shortly after we left the stage, a gentleman called Tim came and found us. Tim, are you here? Tim! Tim had all the right answers. The right answers were, very quickly, in case you still are interested, the acrosses were Agamemnon, obviously, techno, rescue, knighthood, and yodeled, and the downs were aardvark, audibility, Easter... Madam, I will not. Easter, nieces, and two-headed. So, we are almost ready to start with heat number 2. We're going to act out the clues, and at the end, when we finish the last clue, we're going to say the word go, and if you think you've got all the right answers, the first person to come up and touch the stage and show us their filled-in crossword will get to sit on a corner of the stage opposite Tim for the grand finale to potentially win this wildlife feeder that is a tiny picnic bench with an umbrella. Oh, it's so nice. And we've got some seeds for the birds. Lovely stuff. So, that's what you're playing for. The pencils have all been given out. All I need now is for Robbie to return to the stage. And we will start, as always, with the acrosses. And we will start with number 1.
I see a lot of paper folding going on. Everyone's settled, everyone's ready. It's not going...
Bite it. That was one across.
One across.
One across. So easy.
What?
5 across.
What? It was... What's this? Or what was that? Yeah? Yeah, we got some... I got a nod from the back. That was a thumbs up. I saw a thumbs up. We're good.
5 across looks like this.
Oh, it's wonderful to have so many riches in this world. Oh, my goodness.
Hello, my lord.
Oh, dear. Who are you?
I've finished digging that hole for you.
Oh, you're disgusting.
What?
Yes.
I'm not disgusted at all.
Quite vile.
No, I'm not vile. I just work here.
You are definitely revolting. You are. But what is he?
It was me under there all along.
What? Transformative acting there.
Then 8. 8 across.
Oh, my goodness.
Looks a little bit like this.
Oh, yeah. This is my most dignified moment, so...
Come on, get down. Just do it.
I did not come up with the idea for this.
My first pound coin!
Oh.
Where's the hole?
We need to talk about how much I get paid for this, because it's definitely not enough.
Okay.
Or at all.
And then 9 across.
Okay,
I'm thinking like a bridge over troubled...
Coca-Cola. Yeah, we definitely got that one.
Yeah.
What about sing us a song, you're the... it needs an instrument.
Triangle.
The Triangle Man. Sing us a song, you're the Triangle Man. Yes,
Yeah.
that's definitely got a ring to it.
I want to dance with...
Anybody.
a person.
Yeah, some kind of being.
Yeah. We're so good at our
Make
job.
it all inclusive. But what is our job?
What is our job?
Sometimes I ask myself.
It's almost like we're poets.
Poets, but not to be spoken word or anything.
No.
No, it's got to be sung.
It's got to be
our
sung.
poetry.
And
But
that's
what's
the
our job?
acrosses. That's all the acrosses.
I'm very much enjoying these two who have set down their crossword and picked up their roast and gone. Never has a towel been more thrown in than right here. I like it. You'll catch up. Yeah,
Okay.
I took it for weakness, but it's in fact confidence.
We're on to the downs.
We're on to the downs.
One down.
Hey, Rob.
Hello, mate.
What's the clue?
Well, this is the clue. We go to the pub on Friday.
Yeah, we're going, but why are you shouting?
No, you're shouting.
No, you're shouting.
Oh, sorry, my caps lock must be on.
Oh, mine too. What a fool I am. Sorry. Can we use the microphones? Could you hear that we were shouting? Just. Let's do it all again, facing this way.
Okay.
Hey, Rob. Hey, Rob.
How you doing?
Yeah, good. We're still going to the pub on Friday.
Yeah, we are. Why are you shouting?
Why are you shouting?
Because I got my caps lock on.
Oh, mine too. Sorry.
Did they get it?
No.
Yes, a thumbs up.
Yeah,
I'm loving a thumbs up.
okay.
We'll take that.
Two down. Two down goes like this. Oh, I'm yes, feeling a little faint. That's lovely. Yes. Keep
Can I have
going.
a fiver?
Of course you can.
Yeah. Can I have another one?
Of course you can.
And another one?
Of course you can.
Just a second. But what's this? And what was I being?
Write it down. Don't shout it out. Oh, that noise is good.
I'm looking for a thumbs up from at least
Okay,
one
so-
person. Yes, thank you.
Three down. Three down goes like this. Awa! 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 Wake up! Wake up!
This actor is reversing. I guess
Ah,
is
the
one.
police car! I'm driving really fast!
Oh, but what could it be? Got my eyes out for a thumbs up from somewhere. Has anyone got it? Has anyone got it? Yeah, thumbs up down here. Were you just giving me a thumbs up? You haven't got a crossword. You're eating chocolate fingers. Ah, you put a hand up.
Right,
Was a
four
question.
down. Four down looks like this.
I'm just going to do the noises. It's the same noise over and over again. Oh, hey! Oh, hey! Oh. I think
Thank you. You were right to clap.
the round of applause was just for effort there, not for understanding.
And then we're on to six. Six down.
Okay, so, sir, can I ask you, what did you think about the quality of the clues so far?
Extremely good.
Extremely good. If you were going to rate it on a scale of, I don't know, 1 to 17, what would you tell us? Really thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what the clue is.
Yeah, I know. I'm distracting you from that.
17.
17 out of 17.
Great,
We got that. Mark that down. Thank you.
Madam, can I just canvass your opinion on a couple of things?
What about you? Yeah, I'd really like to know what you think.
Yeah, good. And can I get your opinion as well? Lovely, thank you.
No thoughts. No thoughts. Did we get that one?
Yes. And then, finally, 7 down.
This is the last one. So remember, once you've got this one, you can come up, touch the stage, and then you win a seat in the finale, a prime position.
But
Only if
wait
you've got
until
all
we
of the
say
answers.
go. Wait
Only if
until
you've done
we
a crossword.
finish the last clue and said go. Here comes the
Okay.
last clue.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah! Whoa! Like, more of that. Whoa! Oh,
I think...
Da-da-da. Eh.
We should do it the
We
other way
really
round
messed
as
up
well.
the timing of that, but here we go. You're going to do it the other way around. Okay. Oh, yeah! Ah, but wait. Oh, this would be much easier without a mic. Ah! Did we get it? Good.
And go!
Yes! A round of applause, please, for James.
James, let's have a look at
James,
James's
ladies and gentlemen.
answers. 1 across was indeed umbilical. Very good.
Very good.
5 across, I was a peasant. Correct.
Absolutely.
8 across, they were savings.
The piggy bank, that we don't
And
remove that from your memories.
9 across, we were lyricists. So far, so good, James.
Lyricists.
On the downs, of course, 1 down, we were looking for uppercase.
Uppercase, we were shouting. The one where we were shouting.
2 down was a leech.
A leech.
3.
Sorry? Is it spelt with an A? No. Sorry.
Where did we get to? 4, 3.
3.
Alarms, correct,
Yes.
James. 4, athletics. So far, so good. 6 was a survey. And of course, number 7 was magic. James, you're going to sit on the stage in the final with Tim.
Well done.
Thank you very much. We'll be back in about an hour for the grand finale.
Yeah. Just going to walk past this absolutely gorgeous dog that is wearing little tiny undie panties. A little dog in underpants. One more time for Son and Sons. Thank you so much. We're now moving on to our money section. It's a real pleasure. Very shortly, I'm going to introduce Josh Oliver, who is a Financial Times journalist who's written extensively on cryptocurrency, its future, and specifically as well the rise and fall of crypto millionaires, with one very particular prescient case in the news right now. In a change to the Build program on your newspapers, he will be being interviewed by Sarah Simic, who is a editor, lifestyle editor at the Financial Times as well. So for Sarah and Josh, could we please give a very warm Sunday Papers Live welcome?
This on? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm Sarah. I guess for those in the audience who maybe aren't as familiar with the FTX story, as I'm not either, can you kind of start from the beginning and tell us a bit about who Sam Bankman-Fried is and what he's done and why he's in the news?
Yes, absolutely. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a good day. This is a fantastic venue, and I love that there are dogs. Yeah, I mean, just before everyone goes to sleep, you know, the book that I've written about crypto is a book about crypto for people who don't think that they're interested in crypto. That is the first thing to say. And the subtext to this book is kind of how crypto took over my life without me really intending it to. So I think the way to start with the story is kind of how I got pulled into it. And I'm a reporter at the Financial Times. I covered kind of the investment world, personal finance, you know, what people are doing with their money. And crypto had become, so this was, we're going back a couple of years, 2021, 2022. You guys probably remember there was that period of time where crypto was sort of everywhere, and it was all people were talking about, and it was all over social media, all over the TV. And there was this, can you hear? Yeah? Okay. I will do my best to shout, sorry. Especially for the folks behind. Hello. Oh, that's good. There was this figure who sort of came onto my radar as a journalist, Sam Bankman-Fried, who some of you may have heard of, some of you may not have, who is the chief executive of this fast-rising cryptocurrency startup called FTX. And I got invited at some point to go to a conference that FTX was having in the Bahamas, because they were headquartered in the Bahamas. And so, you know, the FT has more travel budget than some newspapers, but even, you know, the FT, if you say you want to do a work trip to the Bahamas, people kind of look at you a bit squiggle-eyed.
Yeah, I can vouch for that.
Yeah. So that was my big pitch, was I wanted to go to the Bahamas and cover this story, because he had become this sort of global phenomenon, like the most famous person in crypto, and he had this story that he was telling about basically how he was going to make billions in crypto. He was already a billionaire. He's like my age. He was a year older than me, already a multi-billionaire. But his story was he was going to give all this money away to charity, and he was sort of like a money-making machine to give money to philanthropy. And so there was this incredible contradiction in that, like, crypto is kind of a dirty business, he's making money off of people, and then he's going to kind of whitewash it all by giving it away to charity. And I thought this is interesting. I thought this guy's kind of, strange, interesting character. And so I went out to the Bahamas. They said yes, unbelievably, and they sent me off to the Bahamas to go to this conference, which was like, I thought it was going to be crazy, and it was crazier than you can imagine. I mean, the story I will never live down is I walked past Katy Perry in a hallway, and I didn't recognize her. And I got to the end of the hallway, and someone said, "Did you see Katy Perry?" And I was like, "Oh, that's why that lady looked familiar." So my husband.
What was she doing there?
She was there privately. She never sung, sadly, but she was there because she was like totally enthralled with Sam Bankman-Fried and thought he was going to save the world, and had basically gone to this private dinner that they had in the wings of the conference. And the kind of, I guess, the highlight of the event was Sam Bankman-Fried. He interviewed Tony Blair and Bill Clinton on stage. And Sam, just to paint a picture, Sam never wears anything other than shorts and a t-shirt if he can help it. And he has this kind of crazy hair and is very sort of socially awkward. Nothing wrong with that, but he's not the kind of guy who's typically interviewing former president, former prime minister. And so the level of sort of celebrity and glitz and glam that they had put on at this conference was just beyond belief to me. And it was already kind of, at that point, the party at the edge of the world, because crypto had this huge run-up. The peak crypto in total is worth $3 trillion. Query why it should be worth $1, but it was worth $3 trillion. And by the time they're having this huge party in the Bahamas, it was kind of already on the way down. So we're in the spring of 2022, and they were just about to sort of fall off the cliff. It was kind of that moment of, if you watched Looney Tunes cartoons like I did when I was growing up, like the Wile E. Coyote has run off the cliff, but he hasn't looked down yet. And they were about to sort of start to plummet. And that is what happened basically a month after I came back from the Bahamas. Crypto started to crash, and behind the scenes... Yes, ma'am?
Is that better?
Is that better? Okay, thank you. Right. So that is better, actually, thank you. Where was I? Crypto crash, and it turned out behind the scenes at this company that was Sam Bankman-Fried's company, FTX, was supposed to be the kind of most incredible, successful company in crypto. We'll get to this later on, but they had been basically cooking the books, making off with money that wasn't supposed to be theirs, and when there was a crash in the wider market, as always happens with these financial stories, once the sort of music stops, it was all exposed. And so, flash forward to today, he's been convicted of a multi-billion-dollar fraud and is probably going to go to jail for 40 or 50 years.
40 or 50 years?
That is what the government's asking for.
Okay. And I mean, so you were obviously kind of reporting on the story for about 2 years, and you had a real ringside view to Sam and the business. What did you kind of think of him as a person? What can you tell us about his personality? And
I think one of the things that pulled me in and pulled the sort of whole world in is he is a captivating personality, and he had this ability to kind of talk his way into or out of almost anything until the very end. He's a very socially awkward person, as I said, hyper-intellectual, incredible talker, and he kind of always would give you things in probabilities. If you asked him a question, he'd say, I think there's a 10% chance of this happening and a 90% chance of that happening. And the more you sort of listen to it, it sounds very convincing and brilliant at the beginning. You're like, wow, his mind is going 1,000,000 miles a minute and he's coming up with these calculations, but he's literally making it up, right? He doesn't know that it's 10% this and 90% that. He just had this way of making it seem as though his mind was on another level to yours. And I think all the weirdness, in the tech world these days, we kind of like business executives who are really weird. The sort of since, I don't know, you could argue, but maybe since Mark Zuckerberg, if you kind of don't dress the part, if you don't act the part, people think that's kind of better than if you show up in a suit and you know how to sort of behave in a really polished way. So the thing that made Sam stand out from the rest of the crypto world, which I also covered and is in the book, but what made him singular is that he kind of sold himself to mainstream finance as the person who could make crypto into the mainstream. And so that the other kind of it's the introduction of the book if you want to read it. But my mum's pension fund invested in FTX. So she is a public school teacher in Canada, which is where I'm from, and they were one of the big mainstream investment institutions that invested venture capital money into FTX alongside, you could go down a list of any finance company you've heard of, but they had absolutely sold themselves to Wall Street, to Silicon Valley, to all the VCs, because people looked at Sam Bankman-Fried and they thought, that's the next Mark Zuckerberg, or that's the next, Elon Musk, and don't take my word for it. I mean, this is what they said at the time. There is still this belief in these kind of founder characters who can, make a great company. And I think we have too much, part of what the book is about, is we have too much belief that it's one guy, and unfortunately usually it is a guy, that people have this idea that, oh my God, as if it doesn't take hundreds of people and thousands of people to make a successful company, all this money is chasing that one person, and they thought they had found him, and they sort of were ignoring the rest of it.
Yeah, it is quite an insane story, and to think that this guy who was like under 30 could just hoodwink all these supposedly really smart kind of money managers just on the basis of like his hair and his cargo shorts, and he was then kind of, I don't know, seen to be like, the Mark Zuckerberg of crypto. But obviously he wasn't alone, right? Like he was actually in this polycule in the Bahamas, like with his on-off girlfriend, and there was a big kind of group of them like operating behind the scenes. Did you kind of have any like access to them, and did you see much of the world and culture that he'd like cultivated around FTX?
Yeah, and that was something that we sort of started to dig into once, particularly once the company started to go down. I mean, just to keep people, just to follow along the timeline, so flash forward, sort of 6 months after the Bahamas thing, last November, there's basically a week-long period where the wheels come off the bus, and they'd kind of been in financial distress for this whole period because crypto was going down in value, and it was exposing all the kind of cooking of the books that had been going on. But basically, it came out through there was a leak, and then an attack from a competitor company, and this sort of high drama. But basically, there's a week-long period where the company goes from being on Monday, it's worth $40 billion, most successful tech startup in the world, and on Friday, filed for bankruptcy. Basically, the entire staff has quit, and most of Sam's kind of inner circle has basically run away. The stories from this period are just kind of mind-blowing. Like they're all in the Bahamas, right? So they would, and the only reason to be there was to work. So people who literally drove their cars to the airport, threw the keys on the seat, and just left. Went back and lived with their parents mostly, because these are all still kind of people in their 20s. And then around Sam, there is this little inner circle who were kind of with him, orchestrating the fraud, and they were all had very complicated, as you alluded to, interpersonal relationships. Basically, everybody's sleeping with everybody else.
Sounds like a funny soap opera more than.
Well, it's sort of like a frat house, but I guess a co-ed frat house. They lived in this penthouse in the Bahamas, which is as tacky as you would imagine, but it's huge. I mean, very glamorous with the yachts and the whole thing. And there's 6 bedrooms. Or 5 bedrooms, I can never remember. But there's like 10 people living in, so they're packed into this penthouse like it is a university dorm. And they're mostly university friends. They kind of, in a weird way, there's this Peter Pan quality to the whole story where they never grew up. But all these people kind of, once they realize that the company's doomed and the feds are gonna be down here in about 5 minutes, right? Like this is only gonna end in court. People start to bail, as you would. And so, when you get to the trial, which was this year, you've effectively got all these kind of, who were the closest friends and romantic partners of each other, everyone starts to betray each other and basically testify against different people, and they all ultimately flip on Sam.
Right, and you were actually at the trial was it the duration?
Yeah, I was there every day for my sins.
Okay. And yeah, what was that like? Obviously, it was trial for like the largest fraud case in American history. What did it feel like just being in the court? And
well, people say court is boring, and I was kind of quite excited to go cover the trial, and I think I thought it was an incredible story. And my colleagues who are sort of wizened, court reporters who've done a million of these all said, "Don't get too excited, Josh. It's quite procedural. It's quite dull. It takes a long time." And yes, there was the day when the man from Google came and explained to us what metadata was for like 3 hours, and so everyone's sort of napping in the back of the courtroom. But the majority of this was just the most riveting courtroom TV that you could have thought of, because it's the people.
Why?
Well, it's the courtroom is like, I'm trying to think, if you sort of went from the, I don't know, halfway up this room up to the altar, or sort of, it's quite small. It's considerably smaller than this room, and packed into this space, like the level of kind of intrapersonal drama that you have. Because Sam's sitting here, and with his lawyers, and all the witnesses have to walk, as far away as the end of the platform, right past him. And these are like, this is his ex-girlfriend, his oldest friend, his childhood friend, who are the executives at his company, who are coming in to say he's guilty, and he basically should go to jail for the rest of his life, in order to save themselves, because by cooperating with the prosecutors, they get off. Almost. I mean, they will have some consequences, but not nearly as severe. His parents are there every day. Sam's parents, who I had met because I visited him. There's a period where he was under house arrest, and I visited his house, so I'd met his parents. And so I kind of had a sense of, obviously, I think he's guilty, and I think he, deserves consequences, but I think if you have met someone and interacted with them, you always have a degree of, you can't help but think about your own parents in that situation, like what it must be like for them. And then there's this kind of mounting tension through the whole trial of, will he testify or won't he, right? We know the other witnesses are going to come in, his ex-girlfriend, his oldest friend, his co-founder, are going to come in and say he's guilty. So will he try and take the stand to defend himself? And this is a very risky thing to do, because if you take the stand to defend yourself and you still get convicted, there's an implication that the jury didn't believe you, and therefore you've committed perjury, and that makes your sentence likely to be much worse. So it's kind of, if you testify and you still get convicted, you're going to go to jail for longer. But if you don't testify, you have all these other witnesses who are going to say you're guilty, and he's the only person who can kind of tell his side of the story. So I think, at the end we should have known that he was going to do it, but the personality that he has, like very arrogant, frankly, very confident in his own abilities, but he kind of gets up to try and defend himself, and then it's obviously, his testimony goes okay, fine, he kind of tells his side of the story, it's not very convincing, but the cross-examination, like, everybody don't commit serious financial crimes in New York. These people seriously know what they're doing, and the lawyers were it's just decimating him. You could sort of see the lawyer who did it, name is Danielle Sassoon, she's like she looks like innocence itself when she's walking down the street, and then she gets behind the podium in the courtroom, and she's got the binder open, this huge binder this thick, and you can kind of see she's got questions on one page, and then all the receipts of, like, if he says this, I'm going to bring out this piece of evidence. If he says that, I've got this piece of evidence. And then for me, the slightly awkward part was some of the evidence that they had was stuff that Sam had said to me. Wow. So they did this with a couple of other journalists, but where they would say, well, you told Josh Oliver in the Financial Times on this date X, and now you're saying Y, which is true. And no journalist likes to have their sources, whoever they are, asked under oath, did Josh Oliver print something in the Financial Times that's not true, or are you lying to me? And so obviously I had to go home nervously to my hotel room at the end of that day in court and be like, go back to my notes and make sure that I had the recording of the interview.
Go through your transcript again.
I went through the transcript. I just couldn't help myself. I was like pretty confident that I had gotten it right at the time, but I had to go back and check. So I was like, okay.
That does sound extremely stressful.
But it was quite stressful in the moment. Everyone in the courtroom sort of was like, but he just got absolutely run over by a truck on cross-examination. I mean, it couldn't have gone worse. He said they counted, obviously, because the prosecutors know what they're doing, and he said, I don't remember, I think 150 times in a day and a half of cross-examination, which at a certain point just doesn't work as an explanation. So, in the end, the jury, and again, like the jury are like, it's quite striking when you have the jury selection. We think in the, media bubble, this is a big story, and then you get a random selection of people off the streets of New York and say, have you ever heard of this guy? And then basically nobody, knows who this person is. And they, because they're like doctors and teachers and have regular jobs, and they just didn't buy it. I mean, he was convicted in 4.5 hours of deliberation.
Which is really
pretty fast.
Pretty fast.
Everybody said, everyone said it would be, a couple of days waiting around. As a consequence of which, I was on my way to the airport when he was convicted, which was not good timing.
But yeah, he was, well, he went down, and so now he's waiting to be sentenced.
And was there any part of you that kind of sympathized with him, I guess, as someone who was, you know, close to you in age and someone who you just like had some sort of a professional like relationship with, I guess, and then seeing him in that kind of position, being quite like vulnerable and with his parents, I don't know, like.
Yeah, no, I think I always say if you're a human being and you've had a human interaction with somebody and you see them in that situation, I think there's always going to be a part of you that feels bad. But you know, I know that I think that he, you know, is guilty and committed fraud and deserves to be punished. I do think the sentences in the U.S. for financial crimes, you know, nonviolent financial crimes, are pretty. I mean, I don't know what the equivalent would be in the UK, but I don't know what you have to do in this country to get sent to jail for 50 years. It's, you know, in Canada it would be like murder. You know, so that seems. I think he deserves to be punished, but I'm not sure if that, you know. But I think the thing that I always had to correct in my head with his character, and it's one of the reasons he was so successful, is he comes from the kind of same sort of rough background as I do. Like, I'm from Canada, he's from the US. He grew up in the suburbs, I grew up in the suburbs. His parents are law professors, my parents were lawyers. And most of the people who are in the book, who are these other, you know, figures from crypto, come from, you know, I guess quite outsider-y type backgrounds in one way or another. And I think one of the things that Sam Bankman-Fried really got was how to play the fact that he kind of went to all the right schools, knew how to talk the talk, you know, he had that, so people related to him and thought, oh, he seems like a nice boy. And you kind of have to fight that bias, I think, as a journalist, and not think, yes, he seems like someone who I can relate to because we're similar age and, you know, in some senses a similar background, but you shouldn't let someone off easy because of that. You know, you have to kind of check that impulse and think, no, this person did these things and they do deserve to be punished.
So you do think it is very much that it was kind of calculated and he was very much in it for the money and to get rich. It wasn't sort of sloppiness and...
Yeah, I mean, to get rich, I always struggle with. I think to get power was more, you know, to have influence and power and kind of rule the world. I don't know if money was the thing. And I think with all these crimes, I mean, these big frauds like Madoff or something like that, I don't think people sit down with a whiteboard and are like, fraud, okay, let's, you know, are we going to do telemarketing or are we going to do whatever, you know. There is a degree to which it creeps up on you, right? So I think when they started cheating, it was in a context where almost nobody would care. It was a small company, there's like a couple $1 million involved, it's like way out in crypto land, and this is before crypto became the biggest noise in town, so nobody cared. But then I think once, you know, as time goes on, it just gets to be more and more money, and then they have opportunities to either kind of bail out or fess up, to fess up or to double down, and basically every time they double down, and, you know, as time goes on, it just gets to be more and more money until you get to the point where, oh my God, you know, it's just like this, you know, 10-ton anvil hanging over your head of $9 billion of other people's money that we don't have if they ask for it back. Which is then obviously exactly what happened. Everyone asked for it back at the same time and they didn't have it. So, you know, here we are.
Yeah. And why did you want to write this book, having, you know, already obviously reported on it so extensively? Why did you kind of want to like add to the story?
Yeah, I mean, people may be aware that a very much an unknown financial author called Michael Lewis has written a book about Sam Bankman-Fried. If you don't know who Michael Lewis is, the most famous and successful financial author in the world. So it was, you know, to do another book on the same subject, you know, I definitely had the question of, well, why do you want to do this book? It came out of a piece that we wrote in the FT for the magazine, talking about that final week and how dramatic that was. But I actually thought that the book I wanted to write was like taking one step back, because the story kind of, I think when you first, if you think about it, it's like, it's, you know, it's just completely bonkers, right? That this happened, right? How is it that my mom's pension fund ended up putting $100 million into this company in the Bahamas, run by this 27-year-old guy who's doing crypto? Like, you know, what world are we living in here? And so the idea of the book was to actually, you know, try and sort of look at the world around, you know, FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried, not just him, because I think his personality is like sucks in all the attention. And the Lewis book is very much about his personality. It's a good book, you know, it's well written, but I thought there's other characters and there's other people who are in the world around him. So his sort of arch nemesis, CZ of Binance, which is his other crypto company. There are these other people who lent money to FTX and sort of helped them get in the hole, and this whole world of crypto lending. There's kind of the history of how the crypto market evolved. And so the journey, if you want to buy the book, the journey the book will take you on is just to start with SBF, and then it goes back a little bit and tries to fill in the background so that when we get to the story of how did this rise and fall of SPF happen, hopefully it makes more sense to people and you kind of understand the context. And I think, you know, the ultimate objective is that it's a great story. I mean, like, the characters are all completely crazy, and it's kind of true crime, you know, the biggest scandal of the last couple of decades. But hopefully you get to the end and feel like, actually, I'm starting to get this crypto thing as well, because I think people still, there's a big gap between the marketing of crypto to the world and what the reality of crypto is. And I think, you know, people can, am I about to get the
brilliant.
shepherd's hook?
On that provocative note, I love it. We've only got 5 minutes left, and I'm sure there'll be some audience questions. So can we just quickly go to a few of those?
Absolutely.
Is that all right? Thank you, Josh and Sarah. Stick your hand in the air if you've got any questions. I think there's one person over there and one behind me as well. So Mark seems to be quicker than me, so we've gone to the person at the back.
Yeah. From what I understand, the creditors of FTX and Alameda have mostly been made par, like got all the money back from what was lost. And I think there's an argument that a few people have made, which is, well, actually, is it not better than a guy like Sam Bankman-Fried stays in society, tries to contribute, and goes away for 40, 50 years, especially given that the victims of his crime have sort of been made whole again? I'd just be interested to get your views on that.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. I think that the point there about the victims being made whole, I've read those headlines too. It's not quite as simple as that, because the way that they calculate the bankruptcy people, so to fill everyone in, the people who are running the FTX bankruptcy, who are independent, somewhat independent, but a different group of people than Sam, have said they think they can pay back people 100% of what they lost. So you sort of think to yourself, well, okay, but then who, you know, where are the victims, right? One element of that is they've been without their money for almost 2 years, probably 2 years by the end, so that's not good. People don't like that. But the other thing is the technicality is they get paid back 100% of what it was worth the day that the company filed for bankruptcy, and crypto has gone up by like 3 times since then. So the reason that they're able to pay people back is because the little bit of money that they have left has, in some corners of it, gone up a huge amount in value, and they've recovered some money from, you know, doing what they do as bankruptcy people and snouting around looking for money. But you're not getting paid back what you would have had. You're just getting paid back on a technicality 100% of what it was worth on that particular day. So there is still a financial loss to people. I mean, on the broader question, you know, would it be better to have him in society trying to contribute? You know, I guess my instinct is that the punishment that he's facing is too severe, but that there should be some punishment. And you know, I wouldn't want to be the judge who has to make that call. But I do think when you look at, you know, someone who's 32 going to jail for 40 or 50 years, that doesn't feel right to me. Equally, I don't think, you know, this is other people's money and they behave very, very badly with it, you know, and we're deceptive, so there has to be some sort of accountability for that.
Thank you, Josh. I'm just going to go to the person over here to get one final question, and we don't have long left, so we'll keep it punchy, if that's okay.
Do you think that investors have learned any lessons from this? If we look at the most recent history of sort of hype investing with FTX and Theranos and other companies similar to that, do you think investors have learned any lessons from this at all?
No, I mean, I think it's extraordinary how little they seem to learn their lessons. I think it's a very, very good question. But you look at this and it's like, you know, you had Theranos, you had WeWork, asterisk, so I don't get sued. WeWork, not a fraud. Somebody did get sued about that, so I have to be careful. But, you know, that was a disaster, not necessarily a financial crime. But, you know, and you some of the same investors involved. So it is remarkable that people are not, you know, learning lessons. And equally about, you know, crypto is now back at its all-time record high. So people have kind of come back to crypto too, way faster than I thought they would. I mean, I kind of thought crypto's done for a couple of years, and who would be able to stand up with a straight face and be like, this is amazing, you should buy it, after what happened, but apparently they have. So no, I think we're not learning our lessons.
Josh Oliver, Sarah Simic, both from the Financial Times. Give them
Thank you so much.
big round of
Thank
applause.
you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, whole chorus? Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
talking about you and me. I'm hoping that you come back to me. I'm lonely as I can be. I'm waiting for your company. I'm hoping that you come back to me. What you gonna do when the rail runs dry? You gonna run away and hide. I'm gonna run right by your side. For you, pretty baby, I leave and I'm walking. Yes, indeed, I'm talking about you and me. I'm hoping that you come back to me. Walking, yes indeed I'm talking. You and me, I'm hoping that you come back to me. I'm lonely, baby, I'm hoping that you come back to me. What you gonna do when the rail runs dry? You gonna run away and hide. I'm gonna run right by your side. You pretty baby, I leave and I'm walking. Yes, indeed, I'm talking about you and me. I'm hoping that you come back to me. I'm hoping that you come back to me. I'm hoping that you come back to me. Thank you.
What about a little New Orleans preacher?
Yeah.
If I bring it in and then
Yeah.
I bring it in, Henry joins and then you join. Preacher in E flat.
Yes, yes. Beautiful people, could you give another wonderful round of applause to the House Jazz Band? Sunday Papers Live, if you're having a good time, make some noise. Yes, yes, wonderful people. We are really lucky to have our next speaker. As you probably know, Julian Assange is currently spending his 5th year in Belmarsh prison. Speaking to us today, we have John Rees, who is the coordinator of the National Free Assange campaign. And it also coincides with the release of The Trust Fall, which is a video about his incarceration. Please give a very warm welcome to Sunday Papers Live to John Rees.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to come and speak here today about the case of Julian Assange. Julian Assange is indeed just in his 5th year of detention in Belmarsh High Security Prison. He isn't convicted in this country of any crime. He isn't even charged in this country with any crime. He's awaiting the outcome of an extradition case being brought by the United States in the courts in this country. And that case is now in its final decision-making moment. It's on a knife edge. It could be that the hearing that we've just had a couple of weeks ago, a 2-day hearing in the High Courts of Justice, that the judges will decide that he should be granted a full appeal, in which case he will be in Belmarsh for another 1 or 2 years while that takes place. But it is equally, perhaps given the court's records up to this point, more likely that he will be extradited almost immediately. The judges give their decision, taken to a military airport in this country, flown to the United States, and put in a high-security prison while he awaits trial in the US. Now, he hasn't actually had a full hearing of this case in any senior court in this country. I've asked lawyers time and time again why this is the case. No lawyer has been able to tell me, but the only court before which Julian Assange has appeared in a full trial is a magistrate's court. Now, if you're not familiar with the legal system in this country, a magistrate's court is where you go if you have a parking fine or a speeding ticket that you're contesting. It's not usually where, I think by common consent, one of the most important freedom of the press cases of the 21st century should be heard, or should be heard only in that court. So it will only be the case that if the judges grant a full appeal in front of the High Court, that his case will be heard in full in a senior court in this country. And although it's taken so long, and the road to this point has been incredibly winding, the issue at the center of this case is very, very simple. What the United States want to do, if they get him to the United States, is to put him on trial under the 1917 Espionage Act in the United States. It will be the first time ever that a journalist has been tried under an Espionage Act in the US. It will be the first time, therefore, ever that a journalist who's not an American has been charged and who wasn't in America when the material that the United States object to was released. And that material was the Afghan war logs, the Iraq war logs, and the files which revealed to us what was happening inside a Guantanamo Bay. So what would happen if he were taken to the United States and if he were convicted successfully under the Espionage Act? was that the United States had managed to extend extraterritorially the reach of their spy legislation to journalists. Once that precedent is set, any journalist of any nationality in any part of the globe could be, as Julian Assange would already have been, extradited and tried as a spy. Now, this is the deliberate policy of the United States. The then director of the CIA, Mike Pompeo, described WikiLeaks, the organization which Julian Assange founded, as a hostile, non-state intelligence agency. Now, I want you to think about that for a moment. A hostile, non-state intelligence agency. It's a clear attempt, as is the prosecution under the Espionage Act, to redefine certain sorts of investigative journalism as spying. But fairly obviously, it isn't. Spies secretly take information from one state, give that information secretly to another state, so that the second state will have some kind of military, political, economic advantage over the first state. But Julian Assange took nothing in secret, did not hand it to a competitor state of America. He published it openly, and the material was published in some of the most famous publications in the world. In The Guardian, in the New York Post, in Le Monde, in Der Spiegel. Those were the El País in Spain. Those were the media partners for the release of that material. And it's for that reason that for a long time the United States held back from attempting to prosecute Assange, because the Obama administration said there's what they called the New York Times problem. If we prosecute Assange, then logically we would have to prosecute every single major news outlet which printed the material which he released. And they were reluctant to go there. Not so the Trump administration, who started this, and the Biden administration, who have continued to do exactly this. So this, as practically every human rights organization on the planet, from Amnesty International through Human Rights Watch, through the American Civil Liberties Union, to Reporters Without Borders, practically every journalist organization in the world, including my union, the National Union of Journalists, the International Federation of Journalists, the Australian Journalists Union, have said if this goes ahead, there will be a chilling effect, at the very least, on any investigative journalist who receives material which the governments of the world don't believe should be in the public domain. And if you think about that, that is a very, very profound attack on freedom of the press. Because when it comes right down to it, there are only two sorts of news. There are government and corporate handouts, and there is material that they don't want you to know. Nearly everything that you read in the press or hear in the media comes from those two sources. It's either something that politicians and governments want you to hear and have released, or it's something that they don't want you to hear. Now, if you want a news cycle, and I'd say we're too close to having a news cycle which is composed just of that first sort of news, but if you want to have just that sort of news in the news cycle and not the other sort of news, then we're heading down that road with the case of Julian Assange. And remember, some of the things that were released by Assange were absolutely and indisputably in the public interest. Famously in the Iraq War, the US and allied forces, including this country, did not even count the war dead. That was left to voluntary organizations. Julian Assange, through the material that WikiLeaks released, found out that there were an additional 15,000 deaths in Iraq than were on the public record. Now, surely, for every citizen of any country that went to war, that sent its citizens to kill and be killed in Iraq, that spent untold billions of pounds on that war, surely it must be in the public interest to know the most basic fact about war: how many people lost their lives. Neither would we know without the WikiLeaks releases. We would not have seen, perhaps some of you have seen it, if you haven't seen it, actually if you have seen it or if you haven't seen it, it remains one of the most chilling pieces of video to ever emerge from a war zone, the so-called collateral murder video, which is a cockpit video from an American Apache helicopter as it shoots dead Iraqi civilians and 2 Reuters journalists, unarmed civilians and unarmed journalists in the streets of Iraq. Now, these are indisputably things which it is in the public interest to know, and it is precisely for those reasons that the United States is trying to send a message, not just to Julian Assange, not just to WikiLeaks, but to every journalist reporting on wars, on imprisonment proceedings, on the secrets of government more generally. Now, there's also, if I've got time, there's a couple of things that I'd like to talk about that have happened in the course of the 5 years that these hearings have been in the British courts. And I would say that in most cases, most legal cases, if any one of these things had happened, the court would have dismissed the case instantaneously. The first is this, that the primary prosecution witness, a former employee of WikiLeaks, testified after the hearing that he'd perjured himself, that he had lied in court, that the things he'd said were not true. That normally would get a case dismissed. He wasn't just a marginal witness, he was the key US government witness in the case. The second thing that's happened is that it's been proved in a separate case in front of Spanish courts that while Julian Assange was claiming political asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy, the security firm which the Ecuadorian embassy had employed to protect him had been suborned by the Central Intelligence Agency and was providing the CIA with video and audio footage of Assange speaking to his friends, his family, and critically to his lawyers. In other words, there was a gross breach of attorney-client privilege taking place inside the embassy and being relayed directly to the CIA. Now that, by the way, is spying. And it would normally have a case dismissed, but not in this case. And the third thing is this, that it was revealed by an investigative journalist team at Yahoo News and reported very widely throughout the press that while Mike Pompeo was head of the CIA, it developed a plan to either kidnap or to assassinate Julian Assange while he was here in London. The plans got so far that they began consulting with the security services in this country, whose only objection, I have to tell you, was that if any shooting was going to take place in Britain, they'd be the people doing the shooting and not the Americans, which is a reassuring moment of patriotism. I'm sure you'll all agree. Now, if any one of those things, a leading witness perjures themselves, the defendant is spied on by the government that's bringing the prosecution, there's an assassination attempt or a kidnap attempt being developed by the government bringing the prosecution, any one of those, you would think the judges would throw it out. But it shows what an intensely political case this is, that has never happened, never been questioned in a British court, and won't be questioned in a British court unless there's a full appeal hearing now. So, just in summary, this is one of the most high-profile freedom of speech and freedom of press cases that I can remember, going back perhaps to the Pentagon Papers and Daniel Ellsberg. It is an absolutely extraordinary case in which the politics of it matter more than the facts of the case or the legalities of the prosecution. And the impact of it will be to scare and frighten journalists and whistleblowers from telling you things that should be in the public domain, but will not be unless this kind of prosecution is defeated. And the final point I want to make really is, I'm sure you must all be aware, the Assange case is not an isolated attack on the freedom of speech, or indeed on the associated freedom of assembly. This is a government in this country which is bringing in new laws to make what are already the most restrictive anti-trade union laws in Europe worse than they already are. It is a government which only this week is bringing renewed legislation and renewed regulations to try and make it harder to say in public oppositional things about the government. They are trying to make a regulation, as you know, to say that it is going to be regarded as a sufficient condition for the government to break off relations with you as an organisation if you question British parliamentary democracy. Now, I guess they say British because, as you'll be aware, Britain is a constitutional monarchy. So perhaps even if you don't like the royal family, if you ever get to see one of them these days, you won't be allowed a freedom of speech. Now, these are darkening times. And in that context, campaigning for the freedom of Julian Assange is one, but a crucial front in all our ability to practice freedom of the press and freedom of speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, John. We do have time for audience questions. So there's two here and one over there by the column as well. I'll go first to you, just for logistics and geography.
Hi, I'm wondering if any of the actual journalists who published the stories that came out of the Julian Assange data dump have ever actually been prosecuted along the same lines as Julian Assange, or if it's just him as the so-called publisher of that information.
Yeah, so far it is Julian, only Julian. One of the sites that actually put out Julian Assange is often accused, WikiLeaks are often accused of putting out unredacted material. That's not true. They did redact material before they put it out. One site in the United States did put out unredacted material. To their credit, the person that runs that site volunteered to be arrested, but he still hasn't been.
Thank you very much. I think we've got another question over there by the column.
Hi, thanks very much. I wanted to ask whether it's useful to characterize Assange as an investigative journalist and sort of put him front and center in press freedom stuff campaigns, because you raise really important issues about press freedom and attacks on it, but just a couple of data points that you didn't mention. He was convicted of hacking. He pled guilty in Australia to 30 charges or something in the 90s. He led a major criminal hacking group. He, I'm quoting him, wanted to induce consequent system-wide cognitive decline from the decreased ability to hold on to power, fear and paranoia in leadership and planning coteries. So he saw himself as an activist hacker trying to induce fear and paranoia. And then he was disowned by the New York Times, The Guardian, and all of his media partners for poor practice when he dumped everything unredacted onto the internet. So sort of, quote, real journalists, quote, deplored him in a joint statement. So it's not to say that he's not uncovered really important information. I'm sure he has, but just questioning whether we should be putting him up as a paragon of investigative journalism. Thank you.
Well, I think the problem there is that that's old news. There was a moment when some of the publications did react badly to Julian Assange, but as you must already know, all the publishers of those 5 main papers put out a statement less than a year ago saying that he shouldn't be extradited. So I think the circle has been completed with that. And I think it was like this for a while. I think a lot of people thought that when he was in the Ecuadorian embassy, oh, he's making it up. He's claiming asylum. He's saying that that the United States want to extradite me. The United States was saying, oh, no, we don't. But as soon as he was out of that embassy, the extradition proceedings began. And from that moment on, over 4 years ago now, all the major newspapers have turned around. They've started saying, you know what, they did want to extradite him. You know what, this is a threat to serious journalism. So that's why Alan Rusbridger, who was the editor of The Guardian when they published that material, that's why he was down outside the courts protesting last week, the week before last, with us, because they've now caught up with the fact that this is a very, very serious threat to press freedom. And that's why you'll now find the Times, the Daily Mail, papers that are a long, long way from Julian Assange's politics are now running editorials saying he should not be extradited because of the effect that this will have on the rest of the press. Now, you can call it hacking. You can say what Chelsea Manning did, who was the person that gave Julian the material, did. But, like I say, there's only two forms of news. There's the form of news that governments and corporations release, and there's the kind of information that they don't want to release. Now, most of the big news stories in the history of journalism are in the second category, not in the first category. So if you're worried about journalists who are activists as well, tell you the truth, I'm worried about the fact that there are too many journalists who aren't activists. I'm worried that there are too many journalists who do journalism, who take the press release, and you can see it. If you're in journalism like I am, you can see the government press release, and you can compare it with what gets written in the paper the next day. And, in academia, there's a thing called Turnitin, where if you start plagiarizing, you get caught out. I'll tell you what, there'd be a hell of a lot of stuff that wouldn't make it through Turnitin.
Thank you. I like it. Things are getting juicy now. I like it. Okay, I'm going to go to we've got two final questions here. We've only got about 4 minutes left, so I'm going to get you to speak quite quickly, and then we'll pass over to you, John. I've been told I'm not to let go of the microphone, so I'm going to stand here like a stand, and you can speak into it.
Thank you. I actually had a similar question to the last, but piggybacking upon that, I would wonder your views then on the line of classified information. We know that anyone who holds a security clearance for a government who were to release classified information would also get in big trouble for doing so. So where do you see that line, and do you believe then that states still have the right to withhold classified information and not release everything into the general realm of the public?
Great question, and we don't have much time, very meaty. We're going to go over here to this guy to keep it short. I have to contractually hold it, otherwise I'll be told off.
Okay. I wonder if you could comment just on the two-way nature of the extradition process between the UK and America, particularly in the light of the Anne Sakoulis case.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, of course, there is some material which would endanger human life, which shouldn't be released. Interestingly, that accusation was made about Chelsea Manning and Julian Assange. It was admitted in the Chelsea Manning case that no US serving personnel had been put at danger of life or limb in the release of the material that WikiLeaks put into the public domain. And I would say, by and large, what states do is that they shelter behind that quite legitimate and reasonable point to refuse to release a very great deal of material which is of absolutely no danger to anybody but their own reputation, really. So I think that is a serious consideration, but it should be interrogated very thoroughly because it's a very often used as an excuse without grounds. On the extradition treaty in this country is a mess, and it's a mess for two reasons. It has within it a political defense clause. So you are not supposed to be able to extradite people from this country for committing a political offense. Now, clearly the Assange case falls into this category. The loophole that they rely on is when this extradition treaty was hurried through Parliament by Tony Blair in the immediate aftermath of Iraq, the legislators were so dumb that they didn't write the full treaty into the accompanying piece of legislation. So the United States is applying to extradite Julian Assange under the extradition treaty, but are refusing to allow the political defense because it wasn't properly written into law. That's one part of it. The other part of it is that the treaty, as even very many Tories believe, including David Davis, the MP, the Tory MP who's been campaigning over this, that the extradition treaty is wildly unequal. There have been 200 Brits extradited from here to the United States to stand trial. There have been 11 Americans extradited the other way. Well, and as you say, with the Ansakoulis case, who was a CIA agent who ran down and killed a young motorcyclist outside an American air base, she was out of the country, taken to America, and the Americans have refused to have her extradited in this country to stand trial for this. So when I say it's a political case, the Assange case is a manifestation of what the British establishment like to call the special relationship with the US. And you can all fill in the blanks about what the special relationship means in this case, as it did in the Iraq War, as it did in the Afghan War, which Julian Assange did so much to allow us a window into.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John Rees. Thank you to everyone in the room as well. I could feel that was a rich, electric debate that we could have got deeper into, but unfortunately that's all we have time for. If you want to check out more, The Trust Fall is out now. Please give us Sunday Papers a very warm thank you to John Rees. And thank you to everyone who asked a question as well. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Over to the House Jazz Band.
Yeah, play it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Every time it rains, penny from heaven. Don't you know each cloud contains penny from heaven? You'll find your fortunes falling all over town. Be sure that your umbrella is upside down. Trade it for a package of sunshine and flowers. If you want the things you love, you got to have showers. So if you hear it thunder, don't run under a tree. There'll be pennies from heaven for you and me.
Yeah. Yes. Sunday Papers Live, Sunday evening, our house jazz band. Yeah, that was smooth. There is Fred, our runner-up from Jenga earlier, head held high, what a gent. Beautiful people, we're approaching the end of the evening, but we've got a real treat for you. Next up, we have culture and politics. Phoenix Andrews is talking about the intersection between entertainment, politics, reality TV, and fandom. So please give a very warm Sunday Papers welcome.
Hello. Thank you all for sticking around. I know it's really for the quiz, but I'll pretend that it's for me. I mean, the Country File weather forecast is on a Sunday evening, and I know some of you wanted to get home for that because it is the best one of the week, but we're here anyway. So I'm here to talk about my book, which is called I Heart Politics. It's out 2 weeks on Thursday, and I'm very excited because this is the first time I've seen more than one copy in the wild. They're at the back, and it's kind of amazing. So I'm not here to persuade you of any particular politics or political figure. I'm just here to talk about how fandom has made everything weird in politics, because it's something that I came from fandom, of being a fan of things. And then I noticed that people were behaving the same way around politics that they were behaving around the Marvel Universe, Taylor Swift, Doctor Who. Particularly when we got to Brexit, when everything got really weird. So my notes are on my phone because I'm a modern person and also because I drop paper everywhere. I'm going to start with a little anecdote to show what I mean. So whether or not you're a fan of the royal family, everyone has been getting very into conspiracy theories around Kate Middleton and where is she, right? Even if you don't like her, the memes are worthwhile. Kate Middleton in the Glasgow Wonka experience that went wrong. Kate Middleton with crime dramas saying, oh, well, those people, they would know where Kate is. Dodgy Photoshop memes, all of the rest of it. And the thing is, we all love gossip, right? Everything is entertainment at the end of the day, particularly now when we've all got our group chats, we're all on our socials, we're all sharing bits of information and jokes. It's how we get along with each other. And that's also how we treat politics. So there are a bunch of people who were not really very online until a few years ago, when they got into Brexit stuff or Trump stuff or climate stuff. So previously, maybe they'd been on Facebook, right? And they had their friends and family on there. Or they'd been on Twitter and LinkedIn and they did their work stuff. But suddenly they were getting very, very animated about other things in their lives, and it became very, very important to them. And they started talking to people they didn't know online and in real life. And suddenly, when I was at the bus stop, instead of people talking to me about the weather or the state of potholes, they were talking to me about some stuff to do with politics. And I was like, hang on, I'm a nerd about this, but normal people are not. Why are they talking to me about indicative votes? This is just bizarre. And then I found every time I posted or anybody else posted something about politics online, a bunch of people would flood in to tell you not just that you were wrong, but to defend it as if you were talking about their mum. So if you say something about a political figure online now, and it's good or bad, a flood of people will come in to either agree or disagree with you. So if you say, I don't think Julian Assange left, the Ecuadorian embassy in a very good state. It just looked a bit messy and his beard was terrible. A whole bunch of people will come in and go, Julian Assange is the worst thing to ever happen ever, and he's a terrible threat to security. And just these are people that you don't know, and they've just searched for Julian Assange, and they just really want to tell you this, and they're obsessed with telling you this, because being an anti-fan of something is a bigger deal as being a fan of something. And then a bunch of other people will come in and tell you, how dare you, I will just copy and paste all of this stuff about the Julian Assange case, and I just really want to tell you about it in a really obsessive way. And that's exactly how it is when you talk about fandom. If you talk about a football team, and other people who are fans of that football team will come in to tell you why you are wrong. Other people who are not fans of that football team will come to tell you why you're wrong. And that totally happens in politics as well. So I will now get my notes out because I do not want to drift off topic. I have ADHD, it's very important. So, do you remember, 2015, when David Cameron promised that there would be a referendum about the EU in the election. And so did Ed Miliband, because he had to. But for both of them, it was really about party management. Like, it wasn't like we always knew that the Tory party were tearing themselves apart about the EU forever. But your average person did not have an opinion one way or another, right? They did not care. Like, in 1997, I've gone back and watched the 1997 election night coverage, partly because I'm a nerd, and also to make funny gifs of things that were happening on that night, because it's really quite entertaining. But if you look at that, they did a graph in 1997 of is the EU good or not, or should we leave or not? And it was basically the same as it was in 2016. You know, it was super close. It was like 49 one way and 51 the other. And that's basically how it's always been. People just didn't really care, but it was roughly split between the two. And then suddenly, everyone was identifying as a Remainer or a Brexiteer. And you've got people telling you, no, I can't go to Wetherspoons, not because it's shit, or, you know, I don't really like the food or whatever, but they're going, I can't go to Wetherspoons because Tim Martin backed Brexit and he's a horrible man. And you're like, okay, need some water. I'm at the end of the cold, so forgive me if I drink more than usual. I don't know if you know a lot about capitalism, but most businesses are not run by very nice people. You probably disagree with them on quite a lot. I mean, you know, that's how it is. And people would be telling me that it was really, really important that we got parliamentary sovereignty back. And I'm like, Jeff, all you normally want to tell me about is how much you like Michael Bublé. Why have you suddenly started to care about the EU? And it's because everything now works like fandom. And see, fandom is an important word because it's not just being a fan of something, right? Like, anyone can like or dislike something on their own. You can just go, I like Taylor Swift, I like some of her songs. Cool, chill. If you kind of go, I like Taylor Swift, and that's really important to me, and that says something about who I am, and then you talk to other people about Taylor Swift, which is a completely normal thing to do, and you join the group chats, and you're kind of going, let's get tickets for the Eras tour, then you've become part of the fandom because you've joined this little community of other people who care about that. And that's what's happened with politics now as well. Now, it's always been here in that people have always been fans of individual politicians, of political movements, but the social media world has just like accelerated that stuff. It's made it easier to find your people, which is brilliant because the old institutions that we used to have for finding people, events like this are great, but you know, people used to have church, they used to have work, they used to have trade unions, they used to have social clubs. Those are all kind of gone. So to find the people who are like you, it's usually via shared interests. And why not politics? Why not find the people who want to get involved in climate activism? That's cool. Why not find the other people who really, really want to do something around mutual aid around communities? Why not find the other people who just really, really want to make jokes about Grant Shapps? Because my girlfriend is here. She's not into politics. She's no idea who Grant Shapps is. She lives a blessed life. But, you know, I know that he has loads of different aliases and that he's had every job in British politics. It's a curse. But that's how we are. And that's, you know, that's what my book goes into. And it starts to talk about what people are getting out of fandom. Like, lots of people used to tell me all the time, all politicians are the same and I hate them. So why are you doing a book about called I Heart Politics, right? And initially, it was I Heart Politics, heart the emoji, but then we had metadata problems, because like libraries and bookshops, ordering systems, they can't have emojis in the searching system. But it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but if we don't care about politics, what do you get? And what we get is what we had in sort of around 2000, 2001, where everything seemed settled, and normal, but not that many people voted. So the US election in 2000, people saw it as a foregone conclusion. Not that many people voted. They didn't care about politics. They thought, no politician cares about me. 2001 in the UK, we didn't even hit 60% of people voting in the general election. That isn't really a good thing. Like, there are people who go, I want it to be normal, I want it to be calm. It's lovely that Keir Starmer is just a vibeless vibe. I just want it to be calm and normal. But actually, do you? Because what we saw after all of that period where everything seemed straightforward and normal and nobody really voted because they all seemed the same, was massive unrest, was the Iraq war protests where we just didn't get listened to if you voted. If you marched in that, it just didn't matter. And you couldn't say anything about it with your vote, because in 2005, what were you going to vote for? That Tory party? No, we still had to vote for Labour and get Labour back in. So you didn't really have an option to have your voice heard. And that's what people really want now, is to have their voice heard. I'm going back to my notes, because it's very important. Oh, yes. Here we go. Yes, right. So, Keir Starmer. We had the lovely sales pitch about Keir Starmer earlier by Tom Baldwin. It was great stuff. And it is important to sort of demystify people like that and find out more about what makes them tick, particularly since he is very likely to become Prime Minister, even if Labour don't get an outright majority. But not only is Keir Starmer going to inherit a terrible economy and the world in a weird state, particularly if Trump gets in, if he only wins because the Tories have lost, which is sort of how it is at the moment, because if you look at focus groups, polling, word clouds, the news programmes love a word cloud to show what people think of Keir Starmer, the biggest thing that they come up with is don't know. However ordinary he supposedly is, people don't feel like he's on their side. So what happens when you then get in and you need that consent from the people to govern when things are difficult? You don't really have it, and it all goes wrong. So people who kind of say, oh, I want it to be calm, I don't want personality politics, I don't want people to be animated by all this stuff and super engaged and going marching on the streets. Well, if you don't have that, then people are just atomized. They're like not part of the conversation. They don't feel listened to. And so you end up with everything falling apart, which is not good. Look at the US. Biden got in the last time, but really narrowly. And the turnout was high there because people cared. This time, if Trump gets in, it'll also be quite narrowly. And their society's in chaos. So you have to have something that people care about and feel hope about, because for all the things that went wrong in 1997, well, it didn't go wrong in 1997, but for all the disappointment that people felt with New Labour after 1997, they felt that things could get better. Perhaps not could only get better, like the song goes, but they did have some sense of hope that things were going to change. And people need that sense of hope. So when we look at young people now being involved in climate movement, part of it's a bit doomery, going like, we've not got very long to save humanity from extinction or to save biodiversity from extinction. But also some of it is hope that they can turn that around. And if they didn't have that, they wouldn't bother. They just become nihilistic and hate everything. I don't want people to hate everything. I want people to find joy. And one of the things I write about in my book is about the great joy that people have been able to find by being involved in politics, because politics is social. It's finding your community. It's kind of a bit sad when political parties, when people join, just go, or you can deliver some leaflets, you can do some canvassing, have some doors shut in your face, you can give us some money for the raffle. Great. But actually what people respond to really well when they join a political party is going to things like fundraising dinners, not because they really like bad food or spending lots of money inflated money for a curry, but because they get to meet people. They get to meet people who share their values, and they also get to meet politicians. Like, it's quite a big sell. I know some of them are awful, but like if you have a fundraising dinner and you get one of the big names to come, people are actually dying to get a selfie with them. Why not? Why not let people have fun the same way they have fun if they go to a Disney park? Or the same way if they have fun if they come here and they see dogs, which is amazing. That joy you have when you see a dog in the street, you should be able to have that. People have done amazing creative things out of being interested in politics and really, really passionate about it and loving it. Some of them are things that are really good for society, like things like mutual aid groups, like things like litter picks, which seems basic but really makes your area better, like creating resources for young people, like doing activism around climate, around LGBTQ plus issues. That's brilliant. But some of it's just really daft, and that's also brilliant. People have written ridiculous parody songs. People have made amazing memes that you've spread with your friends, and that's great. And they give us a lift at the end of the day. And that's a really lovely thing that keeps us engaged with the issues that are going on and means that we don't become apathetic and we don't just only care about ourselves. But it also gives us creativity. It's fantastic. People have made incredible handmade banners, they've made films, they've made art, there's been some beautiful exhibitions. Just like people slag off Jeremy Corbyn fans, but they've created whole festivals and conferences that talk about all kinds of things, and those will have lasting ramifications. It shouldn't all be about the electoral cycle. That's a really good thing that people get to do. I need to drink some more water, because I've been talking. And also, once again, check my notes. We do that. Oh yeah, that's it. The thing is, if people don't have those spaces, it's not only that they become nihilistic, it also creates an opportunity for people who have bad intentions to get in. And there's a lot of talk about the left behind, and a lot of people didn't vote for Trump necessarily because they felt left behind. That's kind of an oversold narrative. There's too many people for that to be true. But if people don't feel heard, then they'll vote in ways that you don't want them to. So Parliament, all over the parties and all over the factions, are absolutely shitting themselves. Don't clip that bit for socials, thank you. Are absolutely shitting themselves about George Galloway getting elected. And I hold absolutely no brief for George Galloway. I think he's a terrible person. He's very charismatic, sometimes right on some of the issues. But people have not been listened to about their feelings about Gaza, right? The mainstream parties were not listening to them. The Labour Party was trying so desperately to control selections to keep the left out that they brought in somebody that was a friend of the Blairites, but they didn't do any due diligence on him whatsoever, so they had to get rid of him because he'd made more anti-Semitic remarks than any Jeremy Corbyn fan they could find anywhere. The Greens had to get rid of their candidate. The Lib Dems had to too. After Galloway, the second person who got in was the biggest number of votes was for an independent. Nigel Farage keeps coming back like the worst fart ever. And you could argue, oh, but just like half of the country is racist, so like that's just going to happen. But no, it's not. He's just an opportunist. That's the thing about Nigel Farage. He doesn't really have any very, very strong beliefs. He doesn't, yes, he does believe in being outside of the EU. But other than that, he'll go, what's bothering people now? What's bothering people now that I can get in on, right? LTNs. People don't understand LTNs or ULEDs, but they feel a bit pissed off about it. And people who want to believe in positive politics, what we should be doing is going, hey, right, do you know what these things are actually for? Here's the positives of them. They're really great for these reasons. But we don't do that. We don't do positive stuff. We just do Project Fear. And then all going, well, actually, and patronise people. And so it's very easy for Nigel to come in and go, take back control. There's a war on the motorists. There's woke. Woke did everything. Woke is killing you. Apparently, trans people are taking over the country, according to The Telegraph and according to Suella Braverman. It's news to me. I live in Leeds on a 1950s council estate. Where's my bit of the money? It's not happening. You can throw scapegoats all over the place if you want to do negative stuff, if there's no positive stuff coming from the other side. Because there's two different kinds of fandoms in politics, right? There's fandoms of positive solidarity, where people are working towards something because they believe in it and they're positive and they want to work with other people to achieve this goal and they're excited about it. And then there's fandoms of negative solidarity, where you give people a scapegoat and you tell people everything's awful, but these people did it, or that group did it, or that thing did it. You know what? If you get rid of the EU, solve all your problems. If you get rid of trans people, if you get rid of immigrants, it'll solve all your problems, and that's no good. So if we want to kind of move forward and do something really great, and I am wrapping up here, don't worry.
I was just going to get just going to allow time to have a few audience questions.
Yeah,
We've only got 5 minutes left.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you want to kind of do something about it, when people have questions, when people feel left out, give them something positive to look at and draw them into a good, positive politics world, rather than go being a fan's an idiot's game, because being a fan is fun.
Great. Thank you, Phoenix. That was so good. Does anyone have any questions? Please stick your hand in the air. Questions, questions, questions. Anyone behind me? Any thoughts? Any questions? Yes, one person over there who is right on the other side. Are you going to bellow? Are you going to do it? What's the difference between fandom and...
Fandom and cults.
And cults.
Yeah. I think there is a difference. Where it gets messy is with like cults of personality. But the difference is cults have to recruit and fandoms don't. Fandoms people seek out because they're looking for something. They're looking for community. They're looking to find something. Whereas with cults, it's the cult looking to recruit people because they see that they're vulnerable and they've got something they can exploit. So people don't actively look to join a cult, but they actively look to join a fandom. There's that like intention to it. It gets difficult with cults of personality, but really the dodgy ones with those are things like Putin or President Xi, where actually there's so much propaganda and state stuff going on to kind of make people a fan, that those people don't really have a choice or any agency in being it. With the Trump, people are enjoying themselves. I mean, it's horrible, but, you know, they love those rallies and they love those hats and the merch, so they're having a nice time, sadly.
So are you sort of saying fandom is sometimes good, sometimes bad? There's extremes of it. I'm just trying to get to the kind of the nub and the heart of it, because I'm getting a sense that in certain contexts we need more fandom, in certain contexts we need less. I know this is a difficult, huge question to ask with only a few minutes left, but I'm just getting a sense of, that.
Basically, fandom exists whether you like it or not. So harness it to do good, positive things, because people obviously have that need for connection and a need to kind of defend something and have something that's part of their identity that they believe in, and just push it towards the positive stuff rather than the negative.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, I know what to do now. Thank you so much, Phoenix. Massive round of applause. That was brilliant. And Phoenix's book is over at the end by the coffee and the pastries. Beautiful people, could we have a big round of applause for everybody that you've seen today at Sunday Papers Live? Thank you so much. You will all be wanting to know who's won the crossword. Well, beautiful people, the time is nigh. Please, whoop, cheer for the men, the myths, the mavericks. It's Son and Sons. It's the final installation.
Hello! We're back! We're back for the big finale!
Hey.
Don't forget, this is the prize. The prize, have your eyes on the prize. This is what you're playing for. A nature feeder picnic table with umbrella. Ooh!
I want that.
Immediately after this, we're going to go upstairs to where the roast dinners were and run a little pub quiz. So if you've enjoyed the nonsense that we are famous for, there'll be another hour's worth of that upstairs immediately after this last crossword. So, on the back of your programme, you have the final crossword. There are no clues, because Robbie and I are going to act them out. And, of course, we have Tim. Tim, you've got to come and sit on the stage, because you won the first heat. Round of applause for Tim. Woo. And James!
Now, Tim,
James, come and sit on this
If you are
corner.
part of a team, you're both allowed to come up. If
Have a
teamwork
corner
is
each.
what's making this dynamic.
So you're all playing.
You'll
you
need
can
the
all
help.
win.
Good.
After we've performed the last clue, we will still say the word go. If Tim or James haven't got all the answers, you can still rush to the stage, touch the stage, and if you've got all the right answers, you'll win the bird feeder.
I like that Rob, they've sat next to each other.
Ah.
If that is not sportsmanship, I don't know what it is.
How lovely.
I like it. It's very cute.
Although, is Tim's plan just to trip James up on his way through?
After stealing all of his answers, yes,
Quite possibly.
I think so. Definitely.
Oh, lost my hat.
Oh, that's a disaster. That's yours now. Hey.
Thank you very much. Right, so we will start, as we always do, with the acrosses.
Number one, across.
Number one across goes like this. I know I look 38, but I'm only 16.
Ah. Oh, right in the eye again. Oh, right in the eye 3 times. God, that is bull.
5 across. 5 across.
Oh, I've forgotten what it is. Oh, yes. Daddy.
Yes, son?
Thank you ever so much for my very first calendar.
You're very welcome, son.
What a wonderful gift.
I know.
But it doesn't make any sense to me at all.
What's that? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm counting the number of months.
Yes.
And I know that an octopus has 8 legs.
Yes.
Yes. And yet it's not the 8th month.
No,
It's the
no.
10th.
No, that's because it's a Roman word. And the Romans, of course, didn't have the first 2 months of the year.
Oh, did they not?
No.
Have you got any more facts on that?
No, I think we'll stop there.
That'll probably do it.
Do you want to
might-
sing the song?
Not even a little bit.
Go on, sing the
No.
song. Come on, you
No.
said you were going to sing a little
No,
refrain
I'm
of a
not
song.
keen for that.
Come on.
Oh, let me.
Do you want to hear him sing the song?
No.
You have to sing the song.
Oh. This is a completely different version of the clue. I feel like I need to be a bit more punk rock for this. Wake me up when September ends. Did we get it? Thank you. I got a nice from over there.
Nice. All right, 6.
I do not sing professionally or unprofessionally. in
6
any
across.
context. Oh my God. Oh, you're wearing quite a hat there. I did not know the hat was going to be part of this. Mr. President, we have a situation here.
But I want to read my book.
Okay, you can carry on reading your book. You gonna read it out loud to us? What is it? My pet goat? Who gave you that?
Daddy.
Your daddy?
Daddy.
Your senior?
Daddy gave me everything.
Senior gave it to you.
What?
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 Oh, what? Doesn't make any sense. But that's
Right.
fine. Did anyone get that one? Yeah, we got some thumbs
Good,
up,
good.
some hands up. Very
Right,
good. I like
9
it.
across. 9 across goes like this.
Whoa! Oh, hello, yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. I'm just, I'm glad you met me here at the start line of our round-the-world trip.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to going all the way around the world.
All the way around the world, and not only that, I'm going to do it on this horse right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going to gallop, though, are you?
No, I'm not going to gallop. Not going to canter either.
No, I'm not going to walk, no.
No.
All the way around the world, though.
No dressage.
No.
Oh, no.
All the way around the world. And we're gonna meet up in Harlem, right?
Harlem, yeah, it's definitely taking
little
some
bit of the old-
basketball. Yeah. Kobe.
Nice.
Okay, we got that one.
Okay. 10 across.
How quickly are we going to cause offence on this one?
Very quick.
Let's find out. Oh, we went for the same one.
The same sound at the same time, of
C'est
course.
magnifique. We are
Why
connected with our brains.
Indeed. It's almost like we rehearsed.
Oh, no, it is not.
We did not
Not
rehearse.
even a little bit.
I love it here. I love speaking the English language.
Oh, yes, and we do it so beautifully. We sound
Yeah.
like a native, no?
But I do not like writing the English language. It is so boring, huh?
No, it is?
They never on their vowels, they never put the little at.
Oh, the little hat.
Oui. No.
Le petit hat. On the thing. Oh, I see. You've put a clue on a clue. Like a hat on a hat. I like it. Oui, but if you didn't get it from this, then I don't know.
No,
if
well,
you
maybe
ever
it just needs a little pop of color.
Okay, this lady looks offended. But that axe.
Oh. And then 11 across.
Oh, this is the highest budget clue that we've got. Ready? Oh.
Welcome to Klingon Warrior Training Day 1.
Hi.
As I'm sure you're all aware, the Klingon people are a literary invention of Gene Roddenberry. However, the martial art of is based on real Eastern practices. So if you'd all like to get into the on-guard position.
Now, this clue could go on for a very long time if no one gets it. Because you could literally talk all day about Star Wars. Yes.
Trek. And then came the downs. It's time for the downs. 1 down.
For the people who can't see, I'm pretending to be dead.
You can't have a more happy tune. It's a funeral.
Put some fun in funeral. Come on.
She's so confident and you're not, I think is what's
I
happening
don't
there.
think you're confident in her confidence.
Right.
I like that. There was a head shake immediately from here. Went, not a clue. Not a clue.
2 down. 2 down goes like this.
Oh, hello there. Hey there. Well,
how did you get to Harlem so quickly?
Well, I was here before you because my stallion here can trace its lineage all the way back to Seabiscuit and the Warhorse and beyond.
The Warhorse?
The Warhorse.
From Warhorse.
The titular character,
I see,
yes.
I see. Well, I just came on this pony, I suppose.
Yes, your little ass didn't get here quick enough.
No.
But this one is
much
pure.
better.
Its
Pure.
bloodline is pure and traceable. He didn't shake his head that time. I think no, you shook your head. He didn't get it. Got thumbs up.
3
Thank you.
down.
Daddy.
Yes,
I'm about to start school. I'm
That's
ever
right.
so excited.
That's right, that's right. Prep school for you, then Eton, then Oxford.
Oh.
And then, my boy, you'll join the party and rule the country forever.
Oh, parties. I love parties.
You're not going to love this party.
Oh, dear. But which party is it? A single chortle from the back.
What a great response. Okay, then we have 4. 4 down. And will you tell the truth?
Yes.
Good. Is your name Robbie Capaldi?
No.
Oh. Have you been performing crosswords at Sunday Papers Live?
No.
Are you wearing a white shirt?
No.
Are you lying to me?
Yes, I am. There's a smug smile down there. Look at that. Look at that. That's a man who got a clue after not getting any of the others. Yeah. I like it.
Right then, 7 down.
Okay, go on. You're going to do this one solo. I'm going to sit down here and just enjoy it.
They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure anyone would get that one.
They may take our lives. I've got a thumbs up. I'll stop doing it.
You got the thumbs up. Okay, we're back in. It's the last one.
We're good. 8 down. Woo. Final clue of the day. Don't forget, after this clue, we'll say the word go. First person to touch the stage with all the correct answers wins the bird feeder and the bird feed. Whoa. Here we go. 8 down. Goes a little something like this. Welcome.
Hey, yeah, I'm in a real
Welcome
rush.
to the longest inhabited city in Greece.
Oh, wonderful. Really nice. Do you sell iPhone chargers?
Of course we do.
Brilliant. Can I buy one, please, with the money that I have in my hand?
Yes. All I need you to do is look in this magazine.
Sure.
Find the item that you're looking for.
No, I know what it is.
Yeah, then find the code for the item, write that on a separate piece of paper with a tiny pencil, take that to the cashier, get a separate ticket, bring that ticket to me, then you can have your charger.
You won't be your own shop soon. You'll be amalgamated inside a bigger, more successful one.
I don't know what you're talking about. And go! Oh my God, we got that! Oh! So flight of foot.
Tim! Where were you? I want to say James. James, where were you?
One away.
One more to get.
Well, hang on. We don't know if they've got them all right first.
Might not be right. Let's see.
Have a look. One across was darts. Absolutely.
Yes, getting hit in the eye.
5 across, October. Very good.
Wake Me Up When September Ends. Beautifully sung by yours truly. You're welcome.
6 across was George Bush Jr. Such a good going. 9 across, Globetrotter. And a Harlem reference, just to make it a little easier. Then we were doing accents. We're talking in an accent about accents. And we were geeks. Geeks talking about Klingons. Then the downs, so far so good, young lady. For the downs, we had a dirge. It's a funeral dirge. 2 down was thoroughbred.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. 3 down was...
Yep, that's right. No, I think it's this one.
Yes, conservative.
Yeah.
Conservative is right. 4 down was perjury. Lying in court is perjury.
I love the hands in the air frustration of I knew that, but I didn't know it.
Then, of course, 7 down was Wallace. I was being Wallace from Wallace and Gromit and also William Wallace at the same time. That's right, I was playing 2 characters at once. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And our final clue was Argos. You've won a bird feeder! Lovely stuff. We've been Sun and Sons. I hope you've enjoyed Sunday Papers Live. We'll be upstairs doing a pub quiz in about 10 minutes' time if you wish to join us. Thank you very much. Goodbye!
Yes. Yes, beautiful people. I've got onto the stage in an incredibly awkward way. I'm now just navigating a chaise lounge. Congratulations to our winner! Yeah, psych. And we're about to have a pub quiz, which is upstairs. The bar's also open up there. It's beautiful. It's lovely. Get your touches up there and spend some more time with us if you haven't had enough already. But all there's left to say is thank you so much for coming. I've been your host, Robin Clavan. We will see you next time at Sunday Papers Live. One more time, a round of applause for all the speakers you saw today. Stay in touch. We'll be back.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.